Now, Tom and his family were moving from Hertfordshire down to Devon. This was back on June the 24th. They booked a removals company that had quoted the family just under £4,000 to do the job.
We had a full packing service that came on the 23rd to pack us all up and move us all out. On the 24th, they arrived, and it became apparent during the day that they'd underestimated the volume, even though they'd sent a surveyor around to see the whole house and take photographs of everything. And the first we knew was at 6:30 that evening, we got a call from the company who said that they were taking all our stuff and putting it into their storage facility, and it wasn't actually coming down to Devon. We've ended up moving down here because we had nowhere else to go, and we spent 5 days sleeping on the floor because we have absolutely nothing. We only had the clothes we were standing in at the time. The last email we had from them was on last Friday in about 3:30 in the afternoon, saying that they would get some essentials down to us within 48 hours. That's obviously passed on Sunday, and we still haven't heard from them.
Well, what was the firm doing to try and connect Tom with his belongings? And what have they had to say about the fact that they'd failed to deliver on the contract? We invited the owner of the removals firm onto the programme, and he joined us on the 9th to defend his company's stance on Tom's case. That's the 9th of July. Here's a reminder of what Alex had to say when he was justifying why he'd tripled Tom's bill.
Going forward now to move day, Mr. Bedwell didn't require 3.5-tonne Luton vans. Mr. Bedwell now included items that he previously said he wasn't taking, including things, for instance, like offcuts of wood.
Alex, I don't know when to cut in here.
You want to come in now, Tom? Go on.
Well, I'm not sure that there are not items that we said we would be, we would leave behind, but we have left them behind. It was a corner sofa, and we left that in the garage. So don't start saying things like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I can just finish the timeline from what we have and the evidence that we have on file, and then perhaps you can interject in the places that you disagree. But this is the thing. So going forward from this, instead of 3 Luton vans, Mr. Bedwell actually needed 9 Luton vans. And if you can imagine 9 vans parked up outside the road to the point where neighbours are coming outside of the property and saying, wow, is this how much you're taking? Is this how much you have? There is obviously a huge discrepancy between 3 vans and between 9 vans.
So can I just ask, when your surveyor went out to Tom's property, how much experience has your surveyor got at surveying the amount of possessions that a customer is wanting to transport?
Well, that's a very good point. Years of experience, but not only that.
So how on earth can a surveyor have made the mistake of coming back to you and telling you this customer will require three vehicles when in fact you're telling me he needed 9?
Well, Jonathan, this is the thing. This is not all down to one surveyor. That one surveyor's observation is checked and double checked by other members of staff. Furthermore, apart from the additional checks and quality assurance that go on, a dialogue is then had with the customer about the surveyor's notes to double check that these requirements are correct, to double check about the quantities that someone is taking. And what I'm saying is all of these steps were done, and it's by Mr. Bedwell's own telephone recordings, which we provided to you, Jonathan.
Yes, and I've listened to them all, and I'm afraid, as I have expressed to you previously, the telephone recordings, as far as I am concerned, do not support the case that you are making, that you were transparent with your customer and told your customer exactly how much he was going to have to pay. It is my understanding, having listened to the telephone recordings, having looked at the quote that I have in front of me here, that Tom was due to pay you £3,990, not £11,970, which is what you're now telling him he needs to pay in order for you to give him his stuff back. Well, regular listeners have now been following the story for the last 3.5 weeks. As things stand today, Tom still doesn't have his possessions. But are we getting to a point where that could be about to change? Well, let's hope so. I spoke to Tom just before coming on air this morning.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Tom. So, as you know, I spoke to the man from the removals company. He alleges, and the fundamental principle of his argument is that you told his surveyor on the visit, when the surveyor came to look at your property, that you were downsizing and you were only going to take a third of your possessions. You were leaving 2/3 of your possessions in the house. You say that's absolutely not the case. Why would you ever have told him that? Because you weren't downsizing. You and your family, your wife and your daughters, are all moving together to the new property in Devon. So why would it have been in your interest to mislead him as to the amount of stuff you were asking his company to transport? Because that would have left you in a nightmare situation on the day of the move. However, that seems to be the argument from the company, although I should point out I've given them an opportunity to demonstrate that they recorded that fundamental and crucial fact at that time. They have not provided any evidence whatsoever to support that. They say that because when they then turned up on the day, you had much more stuff than they'd originally expected, they had to provide many more vehicles, many more drivers, and therefore the amount that you'd originally agreed with them is now insufficient. They say that they want over £5,000 for you to go and collect your items from their premises. And originally they were saying they wanted about £12,000 for you to have the stuff delivered down to Devon. They've now changed that and brought it down to £10,000. But they've been very, very rigid in the fact that they will not allow you any access to your belongings whatsoever without you paying considerably more than you were originally under the impression you would have to pay for the services.
That's right.
We get to last week. Now, I know an awful lot is going on this case, and I hope that regular listeners who've been following this throughout will understand there is a lot we cannot talk about on the programme for sometimes very obvious, sometimes less obvious legal reasons. But a lot was going on, particularly last week behind the scenes. And we got to a point where at the end of the week, you were expecting to hear from the owner of the removals company with a firm amount of money that you would have to pay in order to arrange for your own removals company to go and collect the stuff from the storage facility where they're holding it down in London. He promised that you would receive that updated amount of money and indeed an agreement that they wanted you to sign by the end of last week. By the end of business on Friday, had you received that agreement, Tom?
We still haven't got it Friday night, no. And it was only about 9 o'clock on the Saturday morning that we got this fairly weighty legal document that came through to us to digest over the weekend and seek any kind of advice on it. It came from a solicitor on behalf of the removals company.
Okay.
And one of the restricting factors was that it needs to be all done and dusted and signed by tonight, Monday close of play.
So let's just get this right so we're all clear. The original agreement that you would receive from the solicitor acting on behalf of the removals company before the end of business on Friday, that didn't happen. In fact, you didn't have the legal agreement until Saturday morning.
Yes, it did arrive on Saturday morning.
And you now have until the end of business today, Monday, to agree to the terms.
That's right.
Okay. Now, of course, and again, we can't go into too much detail, but you and I had already predicted that this was likely to be the case. So it just so happens there have been legal representatives lined up, ready to analyse that agreement over the weekend on your behalf. Now, you have, for contractual reasons, not been able to share the contents of the contract with anyone other than your legal representative, I understand?
That's true, yeah.
But what are your plans for today? Because obviously a lot has gone on this weekend. What is now going to happen today?
Well, what we need to ensure, Jonathan, is that all our belongings are actually where they're said to be. And that we can, they're in good condition, and we can then transport them from there. So we're on our way to London at the moment to go and view them with another mover to make sure that we can move them tomorrow with any luck.
So that's part of what you're going to have to do then. You're going to have to move everything tomorrow.
Yeah, and then we can go ahead and hopefully sign the agreement later on today.
And are you confident you will be able to gain access to the storage facility today to be able to assess all of your belongings?
We're not overconfident, but we have had confirmation that we can meet a representative of the original moving firm there.
Okay.
So I think that's a positive move.
Yes, I think it's a positive move as well. And obviously, I mean, you don't need me to tell you, you know all of your stuff. You need to make sure it's all been properly cared for before you start agreeing to anything. And I presume you are also, and I presume this is all part of the legal advice that you received this weekend, I presume you are also going to ensure that your stuff is there tomorrow before you start handing over any money.
That's right. I mean, we're going to stay overnight and we'll be there tomorrow when they start loading the vehicles to take it to Devon.
Okay. Obviously, it goes without saying, and I and my listeners have followed this story throughout, and it has been one of the worst consumer stories I have ever dealt with in all of my years. I have never, with a consumer case, felt so utterly helpless and hopeless. For you as a customer, it must have been absolutely dreadful for the last 3.5 weeks. We are now at a point where potentially this situation, albeit much more expensively than you'd originally intended it to be, may well be coming to a close. How are you feeling at this point? What has the last 3.5 weeks been like for you?
It's been pretty grim, Jonathan. I mean, I've got 2 daughters as well, and they're used to having things around them, and they've just had nothing at all. They've been sleeping on these air beds, and it hasn't been fair for them whatsoever. It's the uncertainty, the way this gentleman has left us hanging. The whole sort of emotional roller coaster has been pretty horrific for the last 3 weeks.
It must have been extremely stressful for you. This may well, again, for legal reasons that the listeners hopefully will understand, this may well be the last time you and I are able to discuss this story on the programme together. How are you feeling now about your future down in Devon, on the basis that you do get your stuff back tomorrow as planned? How are you feeling about your future?
It's going to be a massive, massive relief, and we are really looking forward to setting up our lives down in Devon and living happily for the next however many years. Yes, it will be a real release and a relief to us to get our stuff back down there, and we can't wait. We can't wait to get on with our lives again.
And if this is the last time you and I are able to speak on the programme, is there anything you want to say to some of the people that have been assisting you behind the scenes?
Listen, I tell you what's really, really helped us through is being on this programme and knowing that people are looking out for us. Over these weeks, it's been such a comfort. And particularly the people have phoned into the programme and people have helped us. These lovely lawyers that have helped us behind the scenes. I can't thank them enough. And also John Sargent coming on last week from his company Move Assured, which gave us some really super people, and we're now got a moving firm to move us down to Devon. So that's brilliant. That's all such a relief and such comfort.
It has been, for the last 3.5 weeks, absolutely exhausting, this whole experience. I really hope you get your stuff. I really hope it all goes as planned today. And I fully understand that we probably won't hear back from you again. But I really just hope it all works for you. Thank you, Jonathan, so much for your help. It has been such a support. Good luck to you and your family for the future, Tom. Now, Lucinda came to me. She was telling me that she'd spent £1,700 on a new front door, which she ordered at the end of October of last year. She loved the look of this door. It was duck egg blue with irises in the glass. But when it was delivered and installed, well, she quickly realised there was a problem with it.
My father, who's 91, tripped out of the door, and my husband said, hold on a minute. And then we realised the door was too small, and it was supposed to be made to fit. And what they'd done is they'd built the base up 400 mil, and they'd brought the bottom of the door down 400 mil, so it was 800 mil too small, and they then filled it with a blue foam and put a fascia bit on it just so that it would fit in the doorway. And when it rained, the water came in through the bottom because it was just, I could put a bit of paper through in the corners.
Well, the company came back and finally replaced the door, but in the process of replacing the glass panel in the new door, apparently managed to break it. Lucinda said that, to be honest, the door is a bit of a mess now, and she's really struggling to get them to come back and to properly resolve the matter for her. So I promised Lucinda I would get straight onto the company. I did that immediately after the programme last week, and I have a sneaky feeling Lucinda should be feeling much happier. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lucinda.
Hello, yes, thank you so much.
Well, hang on a second. Before we find out what's gone on from your side, let me just recap the the company's response, because the company concerned is SafeStyle.
That's correct.
And SafeStyle have come back with this response. They say, "We were sorry to hear of the issues experienced by Lucinda with her front door, and we regret that the installation process and our subsequent communications were not up to our usual standard. We have arranged with Lucinda for one of our service teams to attend on Friday the 16th of July, so that was last Friday, to resolve the issue for her." So I'm very much hoping that's what happened. Did it?
Well, yes. I spoke to the gentleman. He was the CEO of the company. Really nice. I explained that unfortunately on the Friday morning I would have to be out, so somebody could come Friday afternoon. I got a phone call from them Friday morning apologising that the vehicle had broken down and they wouldn't be able to reach me till the afternoon. But as I explained to the lady, I wasn't going to be here in the morning, and if somebody had arrived, there would have been nobody here. So the gentleman had forgotten to pass that information on because he'd been extremely busy. The gentleman came, he did repair the glass and left me with the old units because, they were just been scrapped. I did query, he tidied all these silicone round lovely, but I made him stand back and I did query the fact that there was 3 holes under the door that you could see daylight through. And he said, they're the drainage holes. And I said, well, yeah, but they're going to be drafty. But it was getting on sort of like 3:30. I'd gone to collect my granddaughter from school and come back. So it must have been about 4:30 by the time he'd finished. He had a lot to do. He hadn't actually got the touch-up pen to touch up the scratch paintwork, so they're going to be sending me that in the post, so I can do that myself. But there is a piece of black rubber missing on the bottom of the door. Fortunately, I have on my phone photographs of the befores and afters of the old door, this door, and like a little album. And there is a piece of black rubber missing. I did speak to the CEO, and he has told me that the company is going to be ringing me back today to confirm that they will come and put this piece of black rubber in. But again, it's another day that I have to organise, wait in, say that I can't work the lunch cover or something. It's just the door's lovely now. It's completed except for this piece of black rubber. But nobody's been. I know it's only sort of 11:30 this morning, but I haven't had a phone call yet. So we'll just wait and see, I think.
Okay, so regarding, so most of the issues have been resolved. The black rubber
correct,
does still need to be resolved. So, if you don't have any luck with that, I'm more than happy to go and chase them again. The only thing that you sounded as if you were dissatisfied with is this business of the 3 holes at the bottom of the door, the drainage holes. You say you'd raised this as a concern, and the guy said that's perfectly normal. Are you confident it is normal?
Oh, no, it's not. Because I stood looking at it, and he'd gone, and I kept thinking, I couldn't see that. I can see daylight under my door, so surely it's going to be drafty. The water's going to come in. So
just explain to me, could it be anything to do with this bit of black rubber that's missing? Is that why you're seeing the sunlight?
But it's what's happened is you've got your metal base to the door,
Yeah.
And then the front part has got 3 holes drilled in it, which is when the water runs off the door, it runs into that gully and it runs out, so it doesn't come into the house.
Yes.
Now, next to that, there should be another piece of black rubber that runs along the top that goes under the door, so that should seal it so it doesn't come
And it's
into
that
the
black
house.
rubber that's missing.
That's missing. But for the issues that we've had with the door, and I queried it with the gentleman fitting the door, and I signed to say that I was happy because obviously he'd explained it to me that the holes were there for that reason. I thought, oh, okay. And I'm still, I'm not a door fitter, but it just didn't feel right, didn't look right. But I thought, I signed to say that they were still got to receive the pen so I can touch up the scratches. But after he'd gone, I stood looking at it, and my daughter was here, and she went, no, Mum, it's not right. So we then went through my photo album of the old door seal that was wrong, and realised that there was 2 bits of black rubber on that, and there's only 1 on this one. So I did...
Okay. I mean, just as a bit of advice for you and for other people listening.
Yeah.
If ever you are concerned about something on the day, and an installer, for example, in this scenario, is trying to get you to sign something to say that you are happy with the job that he's done, don't ever be afraid to put a signature, but also to make a note on the paperwork that you are concerned about an aspect of it and you're going to seek further clarity from the company.
Yeah.
I certainly would never be afraid to do that. And just to say, look, that's fine. I take your explanation. I don't remember seeing the daylight before through the door. So I am just going to have a second opinion on this. So I'll sign it, but I am going to make a note about that. Don't feel afraid to do that because it just gives you a further bit of backup. However, it does sound to me as if the CEO of SafeStyle is prepared to do something about this rubber that is now missing. And when the rubber is replaced, that surely will then solve the daylight issue.
That will, hopefully. And as I say, I sent photos of the door to the CO, and just out of courtesy, I didn't get a message back saying, those are the photos I needed. It was just, again, through WhatsApp, so it got the blue ticks to say they'd received, but there was no sort of, yes. And I know that people are busy, but to me, still, customer service is common sense or, courtesy, just to say, oh, thank you, they're the photos I needed.
Okay. Now, how would you like to resolve this on the programme? Because obviously the company has been back and they have, it would appear, remedied most of the problems, but there is still this outstanding point. Would you like me to still stay across this until that is resolved?
Yes, please, because I feel that your voice has been heard and mine's been sort of... I'm just that woman. All I've done is ordered a door. I haven't had the whole house done. Does that make sense?
Not really, but I think I kind of understand what you're trying to say. You feel as if you've been ignored so far, but I haven't.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think I need to go back and just make them aware of this issue. I'm sure they will be listening anyway. Yeah. So let me just go back and have a conversation, see how they're going to do that. Martin had booked a holiday in the UK for May of this year, and he was really looking forward to it.
The cost of it was £720, which included insurance protection. Unfortunately, in December 2020, I was admitted to hospital. I was very unwell, and I was in there for over 4 months. Unfortunately, I had a twisted bowel. 3 operations later, I was discharged on the 9th of April. Whilst in hospital, I decided with my partner it would be best to cancel this holiday, as most probably I would not have been well enough to go on it. So my partner, who was going with me, contacted the holiday company. They explained to her that they would refund the money, that's not a problem, less £70 deposit paid. When I returned home, as you can imagine, I had a pile of 4 months' correspondence, letters. When I got through it, I found my bank statement, and I found that they had not returned the money to me, even though they said they did.
Well, the holiday company say the money was refunded onto the credit card that he used, but the credit card company no longer exists. So the credit card no longer exists, And the credit card company, parent company, the bank as it were, who used to own this credit card company, they say that there's no way the money could have gone back onto the card because all the accounts are closed. So where is Martin's refund? Well, it's an intriguing situation. Martin's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Martin.
Hello, Jonathan. Good morning to you.
Now, the reason why when I talk about this credit card company, I sound a little bit vague. The reason being, you had got this credit card from a bank called Tandem Bank.
Yes.
Now, I'd never heard of Tandem Bank. You were saying you came across this particular credit card offer a few years ago because they seem to be offering some kind of cashback scheme by using the credit card. Now,
Yes.
Tandem Bank do still exist, but Tandem credit cards do not. So I went off to have a word with Tandem Bank to start with. They came back and they said, we are aware of an issue regarding a refund for a customer that was requested after our credit card offering ceased. We closed our credit card business on the 17th of February 2021 and therefore no longer have a bank identification number, a BIN. As such, we, Tandem, have not received any funds that we can transfer to the customer. In light of this, we have provided Martin with a letter to assist him with his inquiries with the Merchants Bank. The merchant will have been contacted by MasterCard to inform them they need to arrange an alternative means of refunding the customer, and it should be addressed with them directly. Well, to be fair, Tandem Bank did also provide you with a written letter, didn't they, just to confirm their stance on the matter?
Yes.
But none of this helps you get your refund because the company that you'd booked this trip through, they were still absolutely adamant that they had indeed processed the refund and the money had left their account and had never reappeared. Well, I went to speak to that company. The company's Warner Leisure Hotels. They said Martin cancelled his break with us and we immediately refunded the cost of his trip to the credit card that he used to pay for the booking. We have investigated this refund once again and can confirm that the refund was processed and that Martin's money is no longer held by us. Well, I'll be honest with you, Martin, when I received that particular part of the statement, I was tearing my hair out thinking, oh no, we've got a bank saying we never got the money back into the credit card company. You've got a retailer, in this case, a holiday retailer, saying we refunded the money and that money never reappeared in our account, and you, the customer, stuck in the middle of these two companies, both saying that they've done their bit.
That's correct, yes.
Thankfully, Warner Leisure Hotels provided a further part to their statement where they said, recognising the situation with the closure of Martin's credit card provider and the angst this has caused to the customer, as a gesture of goodwill, we have authorised a new direct refund to Martin to ensure he is immediately fully reimbursed. As a company, we will now work to retrieve the initial missing refund with his former credit card provider. So in effect saying, we recognise that you're stuck in the middle, we'll give you the money back again, and then we'll go and argue it out with Tandem Bank and try and get the money back from them. Or certainly find out where that money has become lost in the ether. So that was all great. What's happened since we last spoke, Martin? Has anything arrived in your account yet?
Yes, Jonathan, it arrived on Friday, last Friday, the full amount paid back to me.
Fantastic. So you are now no longer out of pocket at all?
Correct. And, you know, it's been a bit of a crazy situation, but, you know, it is what it is. But Warner Leisure have been very, very helpful with this time, and very grateful to everybody. And of course, yourself, you know, and the support that you guys have given me. I'm very thankful for that.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure, and I want to thank Warner Leisure very, very much indeed for doing this as a goodwill gesture. I hope that they manage to, wherever that money has vanished to, I hope they manage to get it back so that they as a company are not out of pocket at all. But I thank them very much for going the extra mile. I'll give them the horn. Any other problems, Martin, you know where we are. Colin's on the line. Hello, Colin.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, Colin. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Hi. Well, we moved into a property 6 weeks ago, and from the time we moved in, you had locked the front door, absolutely no problem. When you tried to turn the key, it was really stiff. In the afternoon, when the sun hits the front of the house, it's practically impossible to open the door. In the meantime of that,
sorry, Colin. Let me just explain. Let me just ask you for a bit of further clarity. And I'm slightly worried about your mobile phone signal because you're just starting to drop out a little bit. Was this a brand new house you purchased and moved into?
No, it wasn't. It was just a new, not a new house.
But a new house to you?
Yes.
And did you buy this house, or were you renting it, or what?
No, we bought it.
So you bought the house, and when you moved in, you quickly realised there was a problem with the front door?
Correct.
Okay.
So, as I say, the lock jams in the afternoon when the heat hits the front of the house. In the meantime of that, we noticed one of the windows was damaged at the back of the house, so we got a firm to come and quote to replace this window. In the time that the gentleman was here, he noticed that as we were talking, he noticed I pointed out the front door to him, and he said, "Oh yes," he says, "get the firm that fitted that." He says they'll come straight out. If any problem, just go to Fencer. I went, "All right, well, thank you very much." We didn't know which company had fitted the front door and the back door. They'd both been fitted at the same time. In the meantime, we got a certificate through from Fencer saying who had fitted them. So we rang the company and said, "You fitted doors about 10 months ago, and we're having trouble with the padlock," and was told by the lady on customer services, "I'm sorry, guarantees are non-transferable." Mm-hmm. And that was it. Just say, "We'll send somebody out, but we'll be charging you." Yeah. I explained that they've only been in under a year, and in that time, the property's been vacant most of the time. So
yeah, but I mean, look, Colin, if I thought you were in the right, I promise you I would do all I could to help you.
Yeah.
You don't have any contract with that company.
No.
You are not their customer. You purchased a house that happened to have a new front door that had been fitted by a certain company, it would appear, 10 months earlier. Were you aware of the fact that it had recently had new front doors?
Yes, it was one of the features when we actually looked around the property that it was pointed out it had new front door and back door.
Okay, and did your solicitor that was doing the conveyancing for you, did they arrange to ensure that warranties and things like that were transferred over to you?
Obviously not. We thought it would be automatic. I know we had to do the same when we sold our last property, make sure there was insurances out on the gas boiler and things like that.
Well, okay. I mean, during the conveyancing process, your solicitor should really, if you had made him or her aware of the fact that, for example, the property had just got new front door, etc., and the front door would have come with, I don't know, a 10-year guarantee or whatever, your solicitor should have ensured that the previous owners, as part of the sale to you, paid whatever is necessary to, or came to an arrangement with you where maybe you go halves on it, but that was the point to do it, where you arrange for the guarantee, the warranty, to be transferred into a different name, which most companies, normally for a fee, will allow you to do, but it is normally for a fee, and it was absolutely incumbent on you and your solicitor at the point of purchase of the property to make sure that that was all done, because the reality is that front door company doesn't have any liability to you whatsoever.
Okay, that's sort of set my mind at rest. There's no point in trying anything else.
Okay, but I mean, so what have they offered you anything at all? Have they offered you in terms of, have they said to you that they are prepared to come out at a discounted cost, or have they...
Well, they said they would come out and have a look at it and give us a quote on how much repair. But there was no talk of discount or anything like that. I did say to them that I was looking for a quote for a new window as well. And they went, "Oh, well, we'll happily come out and do that, but we'll not come fix your door unless we charge you."
Okay. I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you. And I need to just make it very clear. If they decide not to do anything, then I will have to just leave it. But I can certainly get a call into them just to say to them, you've tried to explain the situation. It is their front door. They don't seem to be offering you anything other than a paid visit to try and remedy this front door. Are they satisfied with that, or is there anything further they can do? I can just ask them how they want to kind of proceed with it. But if they do turn round, which they are perfectly within their rights to do, and say, we don't have a contract with Colin, we did not sell him the front door, we had a contract with the previous owners, and therefore that guarantee, that warranty on the front door ended, we don't transfer it over automatically, that should have all been done by the previous owner. Do they offer the ability to transfer warranties?
I've never asked them that, Jonathan. It was just on the telephone conversation I had with customer service.
Sorry, Colin, your signal's vanishing. Could you just move back a bit, because I want to be able to hear you.
The short conversation I had with customer services was just like, hold on, I'll just check. Because I said, in reality, that the windows have only been in 9 months. There's been nobody in the property. 7 months, there's been nobody in the property. She went, hold on. She said, no, I've spoken to my manager. It would be a charged visit if we come out.
Right, okay. Well, look, I'm not going to make you any guarantee at all, but let me contact them just to see if that is the best they can do, or if there is anything further. Colin, I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay? Problems to Veronica. Veronica's family live in North Germany. And as she hasn't seen them for 18 months, she decided to send them a gift parcel.
I've done this before with a carrier, wrapped it all up. It's 20 kilos. It's a great big box. There was a couple of birthday presents for the kids, games, puzzles, books, some tea, a great load of crisps, salad cream and tin of baked beans. And right in the middle, I put a couple of pots of clotted cream, which, now will be green. I filled out all the forms, ordered it on the 5th. It was collected on the 9th with an estimated delivery time of the 14th in North Germany. We kept tracking online. It's got over to Germany. It got there quite quickly. It's in the middle of Germany. And every day you look at it, it says it's going to be delivered the next day. And it's just sitting there.
Well, it cost about £26 to send this parcel. But where is it? Where is the stuff? Well, we've been speaking to the courier company on Veronica's behalf to try and get some answers from them. And I gather Veronica has finally been contacted and there is some news. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Veronica.
Hello. Good morning. Yes,
hello, Veronica. I gather you've had an update from them. What have they had to say?
Yes, well, it's not good news for me. The customs in Germany don't like people sending clotted cream. It wasn't the cream, it's just animal products. And to cut a long story short, and lots of phone calls, it's being sent back to a cost of about £50 between England and Germany.
Oh dear. Were you aware of the fact that customs, apart from anything else, apart from the kind of the risk factor of a product like clotted cream that has a use-by date going off, were you aware of the fact that as a consequence of Brexit and our renegotiation, that you can't just send food products over to other European countries now?
No, I didn't think about it, I must say. The clotted cream was in the use-by date, and I just didn't think about it. It's like, it's going back 50 years, and I'd forgotten how it was then. And, it's my fault. And I can't complain, except that it did sit there for about 5 weeks without anybody informing me about anything. I've now I'm going over next week. I've put it off, hoping the parcel will come back and I can take the remaining stuff with me, minus the clotted cream, of course, when I go over there.
But did you, just out of interest, when you sent this parcel, did you send it in some kind of refrigerated packaging then to keep the clotted cream?
The sell-by date was fine, and it's in a sort of. There was only a couple, and if it had gone bad, it was just bad luck. But it was wrapped up in newspaper. I've done this before.
But clotted cream needs to be kept in the fridge.
Yes, but nothing happened before. It's always arrived in time. I've done it over the years. They've been there a long time, and it's in one of these. What's it called? These bags that help to keep stuff cold.
Right. Well, I mean, okay. I mean, you've done it before, but I'm not sure I'd eat clotted cream that someone had sent me through the post that could have taken, a week or so to arrive. That's been out of the fridge for a week. I mean, you could have ended up poisoning your relatives.
It's worked before. I haven't poisoned them before, and basically it isn't the problem with the clotted cream going off, it's the problem with the customs and not being allowed to send stuff over now. So it's an expensive lesson to be learnt, and I just hope it all comes back and I can take the rest of the stuff with me.
So how is it going to work then? So have you now got to pay extra money because of the customs charges in order to get the stuff back?
Yes. They can take it straight off my account.
Can they?
Yes, they have my credit card, and I had to log in, and they can just take it off. So I've got no way of. What the lady did say to me was that after I get it back, I can go on to customer services and raise what's it called, problem.
A dispute.
Dispute. Sorry, that it sat there for 4 or 5 weeks. If there's, but I sort of given up by now and just put my travel off. I'm going by train, so I can take a load of stuff and hope that it gets back in time. And I'll put it off for a week, 10 days.
Is it impossible to buy clotted cream in Germany then?
It is, yes. There is an English shop there, but it's so expensive. I've actually now taught her how to make it.
Right, okay.
It's a 48-hour process. They can't get double cream there, but she's doing it with ordinary cream, and she said it does work. So we've solved the problem, sort of.
Right.
I'll pay for my mistake. And I will not send clotted cream to Germany ever again.
No, well, this is a very good lesson for everyone listening to the programme in terms of sending stuff, whether you've sent it in the past or not. You can't go sending foodstuffs to other European countries now.
It was animal products that they put on the form. Animal products. They didn't say any other food, but I think coffee is a problem as well.
Yeah, and when you had sent the parcel originally, were you asked what was in it?
She phoned me. A lady phoned me from the port, wherever it was on the coast here in the UK sheds there. And she asked me what was in it, and I said that there was a couple of She didn't mention. She just said, "Okay, that's fine." I think it was just a big rush. She needed to fill in forms, and it went through. But I can dispute this,
Yeah.
I really don't hold much hope for it.
No. Well, there we go. I mean, you live and learn. As I say, I mean, I'm surprised that clotted cream would have got all the way to another country anyway without going off. But there we go. I'm quite funny about eating stuff that's been out of the fridge for quite some time because I'm always worried about the bacteria that quietly has grown in it that you might not necessarily see and you might then consume, and it might then make you very unwell. So maybe in a roundabout way, Veronica, maybe in a roundabout way, it was all meant to happen, because you never know. Maybe those 2 pots of clotted cream would have ended up poisoning your relatives.
Well, I will keep that in mind, and yes, use that. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, just trying to find
consolation.
Yes, exactly. I'm just trying to find the positives. Listen, Veronica, thank you for coming to us anyway, and it just allows us all just to make everybody aware of the fact that if you are going to send stuff, make sure that you check the customs regulations, and particularly if you are sending anything edible of any kind, make sure you check whether you are allowed to send those products to another country, or whether, like Veronica, you're going to end up with a very expensive problem. Got Sam on the line. Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Hi, Sam. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I don't have access to recycling, and I just feel it's a bit ridiculous in the year 2021 that I don't even have access to recycling. So I live in a block of flats, and there is a little alcove where there is 2 bins situated. One is, when we first moved in 2 years ago, one was a green lid and one was a black lid. And we assumed that the green lidded one was recycling. And then we later found out that it wasn't, and that both bins were being taken into the general waste. And that's how it is for all of the flats that are around me. I've tried to contact my council, and they have tried to contact my housing association, trying to say that it's up to the management company, but I've contacted my housing association and there is no management company. It doesn't exist. So it's sort of, they're trying to palm it off on somebody else, and I still don't have access to recycling, which is why I now have all of this waste in my hallway that I can't get rid of.
It's very frustrating. I mean, it's been years now since I've lived in a flat, but when I lived in a flat, I'm just trying to think back how the bin situation was done. And I seem to recall everybody had their own wheelie bin for general waste. And then I think we had a couple of cardboard bins where you could put your cardboard. And I think something rings a bell that we had something for tins as well. But I can't quite remember, to be honest. But it certainly wasn't extensive enough. And it ended up with you having to dispose of stuff that ordinarily should be recycled, which was very frustrating. But when I raised it with the council when I lived in the flats, they just said, logistically, it's too difficult to arrange full recycling for people who live in flats. Is that the kind of reaction you're getting?
No, I'm not being told that it's not logistical. I'm being told that it's being raised with the environment people in the council, and then nothing is being done about it. We did, because my partner raised it with the council in late February, early March, and he pressed them to getting us a recycling bin, and we did actually get one, but there's because there's 2 general waste in the alcove, the recycling bin had to go on the path next to it. Now, this path is plenty big enough, but apparently somebody rung the council saying that there wasn't enough room for this bin. So then 2 months later, this bin was then taken away again, and I now don't have another provision. And the flats the other end of me, they don't have an alcove. They have like a fenced off area, and there's plenty of space for recycling bins. So if you know, even if they don't give our block of flats one, there is one that we could walk to. Okay,
so do you suspect then that somebody else in the block complained about this recycling bin you used to have, and it was as a result of someone else complaining because of it taking up room that it ended up disappearing?
No, it's never had a recycling bin, as far as I'm aware. It's literally only had 2 general waste.
But I thought you said there was a bin and then it vanished.
Yeah, there was, only when my partner pressed for one.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is, do you think that someone else complained about the bin, which is why the bin then vanished?
Yeah, that's what I got told by the council.
Right, so another neighbour has said, this is very annoying having this bin here, can you take it away? And the council thought, OK, well, we'll just take it away then. So, I mean, there are a few basic issues. Firstly, I can completely understand from your perspective how irritating it is when there is not provision, the same provision that presumably is given to people who live in houses, for people who live in flats. It's quite remarkable that people who live in flats are still expected just to chuck all their stuff and for it to go into landfill. I mean, it's ridiculous. However, there sometimes can be logistical difficulties with a block of flats. So is the block of flats, is it council owned? Is it housing association owned, or is it privately owned?
It's housing association.
Okay, and have you spoken to the housing association? Because what maybe could be done...
And I have spoken to them, and they do not deal with waste whatsoever.
But what they would deal with... But what they would deal with, surely, is the provision for the bin area. So it may well be that another bin area needs to be created that has enough room for all the various recycling bins.
I don't know. I just asked them about whether they'd heard from the council, and they said they hadn't heard anything.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And what kind of bins do you want then? Do you want just a big general recycling bin where you can shove all of your plastics and bottles and cardboard and all that kind of stuff in all together?
Just one big communal one, because when we did have one big communal one, it was being used. Everybody was actually using it, so it's not like people don't want to recycle, and it's not like that recycling was being contaminated by general waste. People were using it.
Are you the only one in the block that is kind of interested in this, or are your neighbours also exercised about it?
Well, I think they would be interested, but I seem to be the only one that's sort of pressing this.
You are the official environmental spokesperson for your block of flats. Well, there's always got to be someone to speak up. Okay, I mean, it might be useful just to get the troops on board and to summon up a bit of support from your neighbours, because it may well be that very often you can add pressure with numbers. So if some of your neighbours were also, for example, to send emails or letters to the council saying, come on, this is ridiculous. If the council see that there is actually more than just one person complaining about it, they might be more prepared to do it. Let's see what I can do. What I'm going to do, I'll pass you back. We'll get some detail, and I will contact the council to start with and find out why they took that bin away and why they haven't tried to do something to put it back. And it may well be that we then need to go and speak to the housing association, because if realistically there isn't room for the recycling bin to go where it previously had been put, then surely the housing association needs to arrange for another area to be fenced off somewhere on the land to then become the recycling bin area.
Yeah, quite possibly. But there is that provision, the other end of, where I could walk to, the other end of my flat, there is a fenced off area. Yeah,
well, I mean, you need the same at your end as well. So, okay, leave it with me. I'll go and have a word and we'll see what we can do for you, okay?
Thank you very much.
Andrew came to my programme while I was having my week off, and he was speaking to Justin. He purchased a summer house. He paid £990 for this summer house. It's 7 by 7 foot. And the amount he paid included an upgrade for the type of glass that was to be used. But on the day of delivery, his wife phoned to get a better idea of when it would actually arrive, but was given some information they weren't expecting.
During the discussion, they said they hadn't got the toughened glass, but they could supply standard glass. So he said, OK, we'd go for the standard glass. I think by the time the driver got here, they'd already refunded us the difference in glass, which was fantastic, so the summer house arrived. The delivery driver was very good. He put it where I wanted it. And he said, well, the glass is a bit dirty. I'd got a local builder that was helping. So he came around the following week and we started putting it together. And then we got to the glass. It wasn't actually dirty. We think the glass had been sitting there for a long, long time. In between each pane of glass was paper. Over time, the paper had dissolved and then all the salts had got into the glass. And I thought, I'll be able to clean it. But it turns out you can't.
Well, the company came back and they replaced the glass. But Andrew says the new glass is still fuzzy. It's just not right. Well, we've been speaking to the company who are fairly insistent that they are already offering a solution to Andrew that he's not happy with. But Justin went out to have a look at this summer house on Friday just to get a first-hand view of what the glass really is like.
So we're now inside the summer house, and you wanted this because you were saying that you've got grandchildren.
Yep.
You're hoping for a great summer. A lot of people out in their garden, of course, with the virus, and this is what you bought it for in the first place.
Yep, that's it. Yeah. And somewhere to come and sit and relax and even working, because the Wi-Fi runs down here, so good place to work.
So I'm looking out right now. It does look almost hazy, and that's the issue you've got.
It is, yeah. And if you sit sort of at the back and look through it, you'll see it actually gets worse. You just can't enjoy the plants in the garden.
It's hazy, but you can still see through it. I mean, if somebody was in your property right now, you could still make out who it was.
Yeah, but it's the quality of the vision is not as it should be.
I mean, it's a lovely summer house.
It is.
I can see why you bought it, but at the moment, you're just not happy. Well, I spoke to the company again this morning, who weren't particularly happy that I phoned them. They said that we have gone over, above and beyond for this customer.
They have been really, really good, and I can't fault them until this problem. And my wife can't sit in it and look out.
So how's this going to be resolved?
Ideally, I'd like to take it taken away, and we'll start again with a new one. With the correct glass, and then we know that there's not going to be any issues.
So Andrew's still not happy. Now, interestingly, on the way back to my car, Andrew actually gave me a sample of the glass that's currently in the summer house that he's not happy with. I describe it as hazy. But to make this a fair test, what I'm going to do, I'm going to approach people at a safe distance, obviously. And these people will be picked at complete random, and I'm going to hold up this sample of glass I've got, and I'm going to ask them, if they were Andrew, would they be happy with this glass that is currently in that summer house? Good evening, sir. Sorry to be so random, but just look through that glass for us.
Can't do very well.
Would you be happy with it?
No, I wouldn't. It's not clear, is it?
I've described it as hazy. Is that a fair reflection?
Yeah.
Sharon, this is the glass that one of our listeners has got in their summer house. Just look through that glass for me.
Yeah.
If you had that summer house, would you be happy with that glass?
No, because you can't, it's sort of blurry.
Andrew has got that glass in his summer house. He says it's not right. He wants a different glass in there. Do you go along with him, or do you see nothing wrong with that?
I totally agree with him. It doesn't look right. It's not. You can't see through it properly.
If you bought a summer house and that was the glass that was in your summer house, just look through it for me. How would you feel about that?
It's crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't be happy with that at all. Yeah.
Why not?
Well, it's all blurry. It's not like clear glass, is it? It's blurry.
So from the people that I spoke to, again, picked completely at random. These people had no idea that I was going to ask them about this glass. I didn't know any of these people. I got no connection to these people. Every single person that I spoke to said that if this glass was in a summer house that they owned, they would not be happy.
Right, well, Andrew is back on the JVS show now. Hello to you, Andrew.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Andrew. Right, now, I know that there have been some developments since Justin came out to see you on Friday. Is that right?
They have, yes. We received another email from them.
Okay. Let me just, before we get to that, let me just recap their position thus far, because the company, I gather, have been getting a bit exasperated with all of this. They said, and they wanted to make it very clear, that you have been fully refunded for the optional toughened glass immediately, and you were then offered standard horticultural glazing, to which you agreed.
Yep.
You inspected the summer house glass, and you then claimed the glass was in poor condition and very dirty. The same was confirmed by their delivery driver. They say it was their duty to replace the glass, which they did. Furthermore, we have supplied a completely new set of double glazed doors and 2 windows with new, clear, clean glass at our own expense. And our fitters replaced the double doors and the windows, putting the glazing into it. We found a local reputable glazing company who sourced standard horticultural glass for greenhouses and summer houses. We're occasionally using their products in case our manufacturer is not able to supply glazing due to shortages. We had an email from the glazing company stating the supplied glass was standard horticultural glass for summer houses, and there was nothing more we can do. The lady at the company says, I understand the customer is still not happy with the glass as it appears to be blurry. Taking all of this into consideration, I can confirm we are willing to partially reimburse the cost of the glazing at 50p per pane if the customer could find a local glazing company who can source the glass and present us with an invoice. I will notify the customer of the above too. Now, I have got in my hand a sample of the glazing panel, and I'm just having a little look through the glazing panel, and I can instantly see what the problem is. I would describe this to listeners who have been following the programme. You know when you try someone's glasses on who has a prescription in their lens and everything looks a bit blurry? That's how it looks through this window. Would you say that's a fair description, Andrew?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It just looks like you put someone's glasses on and it's certainly not clear at all, and I can understand why you're not happy with it. What have they offered you since Justin's visit to you on Friday?
They emailed on Friday afternoon, I think after Justin had spoken to them,
yeah.
And then they're offering to supply new beading and have asked us to get a price, I think, for...
Sorry, say that again. I missed that.
Yeah. They've offered to supply new beading, and they've also asked us to speak to local suppliers of glass. And they didn't indicate that they were going to pay for it all, but that's what we read.
Now, am I also correct in thinking, just to further provide a level of slight complication to this matter, and I've seen a photo of the shed, am I right in thinking you've painted it?
I have, because when they came out when it first came, it says that you need to protect it straight away, and they said to us, "Oh, you can paint it. That's absolutely fine, but don't paint the windows because we're going to take them out and replace them." And that's what they did.
Right, but of course, I mean that does complicate matters somewhat, doesn't it? Because you have now painted the product, so. If they were, for example, if you did turn around to them and say, look, I'm really not happy with this, just come and take the whole thing away and give me a full refund, the fact that you've painted it does complicate the matter somewhat. So are you now confident that you're going to be able to reach a reasonable compromise with them regarding replacement of the glass with glazing that is suitable?
I'm not sure, because we're going to have to pay to have it fitted. So we're going to be out of pocket.
It does sound like that is the case. It does sound as if the only option that would be completely without cost to you would be for them just to come and take the whole thing away and give you a full refund. But am I right in saying you don't want that?
No, because it wouldn't be without cost, because we paid for it to be built, but we'd then have to buy another one and go through.
Yeah, sure. So I think you are going to you have to recognise that in order to resolve this, it is going to involve some level of compromise.
Oh, yes, absolutely, yes.
But obviously it needs to be a compromise that you can live with. Yes. And I mean, the simple fact is, this summer house, it's not a proper extension to your property. It is still a garden building.
It is, yeah.
So if this were, for example, to go to court, I don't know that if the company were able to say that horticultural glass has been used in the summer house, I'm not sure that would be deemed to be unacceptable in this kind of building.
We actually we've spoken to two local glaziers. One of them came out and had a look and said he couldn't stay in there because it was making his eyes go funny.
Yeah.
And so there's no way he would supply it. The second one we went to, we actually took the piece of glass to him and said, "What is this?" And he said, "Oh, that's very poor quality agricultural glass."
Yeah.
He said, "What's it from?" So we told him, and he said, "There's no way that should have been used in that type of building. It's for commercial greenhouses where you don't need to look out."
Okay. Well, that's interesting, because I mean the glass in my greenhouse is no better than this. But then it is just that. It's a greenhouse. It's not somewhere where you would go and sit in there and kind of look out through the window, which is what you want. Do you have... Because the company has suggested that they are prepared to pay 50p per pane if you can find a local glazier. Have you managed to locate a glazier who can supply good quality glass to go in there?
We have, but it's £2 a pane.
Okay. So and how many panes are there?
60.
Right. So it's going to be quite a cost to you.
Yeah, and then the fitting cost.
Okay. And has the company budged at all on their offer regarding that price or not?
On the glass cost, well, on the email that came on Friday, it said it didn't actually give a cost. It just said that we could. I'm just looking at the email here.
I think, listen, look, just to draw this to a conclusion, I think what you now need to do is you need to write a letter to them and say, I'm very dissatisfied with the quality of the glazing that has been installed in my shed. When we agreed to horticultural glass, as a layperson, we had no idea that the glass would be so unpleasant that you cannot actually enjoy the product when you're sitting inside. Because
we've actually already done that via email.
Okay, but I would advise you at this stage to reiterate all of that in writing, and just to say, we have now had a quote from a local glazing company to come and replace the glazing with an acceptable level of glass. The full cost of supply and fitting will be X amount of money. Specify exactly how much it's going to cost to have the new glass put in, and then say, can you please confirm what you are prepared to pay as a contribution towards this cost that we are now going to face? I think you need to get from them an absolute concrete, because what they may do is they may look at it and say, well, do you know what, our offer of 50p per pane, it looks quite measly really compared to how much it's going to cost the customer, so let's agree to go halves with them. Or, they may at this point be prepared to up their offer in order for their offer to appear reasonable. But I think we need to give them that opportunity before we take it any further. So can you do that and then let me know what they come back to you with in terms of the full and final amount they're going to offer you, and then we need to make a decision as to whether that's acceptable or whether you can pursue them further legally. Okay? Does that sound like an action plan?
Yes, that sounds good.
Great stuff. Okay, we will speak very soon. Michael came to me. He was telling me that he purchased a stunt scooter for his 10-year-old son. It wasn't very expensive. It only cost 25 quid. And everything had been okay with it.
He rides it to and from primary school, which is quite helpful. He scoots it along, I walk the dog and take him to school, and everyone's happy. He came home one day and he said, it's not feeling right, Dad. I said, what do you mean? And he said, it's wobbly. So I looked, and the wheel, the tyre, it's not the actual wheel itself, but the rubber tyre, I guess, that goes around it, has just basically disintegrated. And it was only purchased like 3.5 months ago. So I did an online chat with this company, and the guy said, okay, sorry, go take it to your local store and they'll do a service on it. So I duly did that, and he just sort of looked at it and said, yeah, it's all down to wear and tear, mate. I said, listen, I'll get that for about 12 months maybe, but not after 3.5 months. The thing shouldn't be disintegrating.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's just ridiculous that a product would have started falling apart after such a short amount of time. Well, Michael's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Michael.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now, first of all, I was a little bit confused after we finished speaking because you were very clear it cost 25 quid, but according to the invoice that I looked at, it suggested it was £39.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, what?
I seem to recall 25 quid, but
no,
I don't know, it might have been a bit more than that. I don't
no,
know.
it was £39 according to the invoice. So, I mean, that just helped me a little bit because obviously £39 starts to mean that it's no way one of the cheapest scooters. You should expect something a bit more reasonable in terms of quality. I mean, even so, even for 25 quid, you'd still expect the scooter to last for longer than 3 months. It's pathetic that it started to fall apart so quickly afterwards. Now, I've been speaking to the company concerned that had said to you, in my view, completely unacceptably, that this was fair wear and tear, and therefore there was nothing they were prepared to do without you paying money. The company concerned is Halfords. And Halfords have come back with a response. They say, our customer service team has been in contact with Michael, and the issue has now been resolved. Michael has accepted our offer of a replacement scooter. So is that what they've said to you?
Yes. Yeah, they said that they can understand. The email I got was actually really quite quick. I don't know if your pushing did anything or your advice to email them, which I duly did, whether that had anything or just, a two-prong attack even. That I literally got an email that afternoon that said, they can understand the store's original decision, which was wear and tear, but the response I got was, we totally agree that it's unacceptable to be disintegrating in such a short space of time. Would I like a replacement? If so, give me your address. So I said, yeah, that's fine. I'm happy with a replacement.
What, of the same scooter?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna go for broke. I'm gonna try it again. And the funny thing is that
why wouldn't you go for a different one based on the experience you'd had? Why would you not have said, "Well, I've lost faith in that product. Can I have a different scooter?"
Oh, maybe it was a Friday afternoon scooter. I don't know. I thought I'd give it a try. But if I have if I have the same problem, then yeah, fine. I'll just say no. I'm not. I've given you your fair crack at the whip, and it's still doing the same thing. So maybe go back to your supplier and look more deeply at the materials that you're using. But the wheels are completely different shape. It's ridiculous. My
worry, I think, would be that particular scooter you've bought is just rubbish quality, and my concern is that the replacement will also be rubbish quality. I mean, hopefully not, but there is a chance that it may well just be a rubbish quality scooter. And considering your son uses the scooter every single day, riding to school and back, albeit only for 10 minutes. And it's very interesting. Since you appeared on my programme, Michael, I've been paying a lot of attention. There are, as you can probably imagine, at this particular time, loads of kids who like to bring their scooters past our building here in Dunstable, because there's a nice kind of patio area that runs all the way in front of our building. And they scoot about on their little scooters. And I was watching some kids the other day on it, and they tear about on those things. They tear about. And the wheels weren't falling apart. I mean, it's just pathetic that the wheels would have fallen apart. The quality of that rubber for them to fall apart like that must have been absolutely appalling. I hope you're not going to have the same problem, though, with the replacement.
Yes, I agree. But to be honest, when I got the email, my hands up, I really just sort of scooted through it, pardon the pun. But I don't know. They never offered a different model. They just said, "Would I like a replacement?" And I said, "Yeah."
Right. So you've accepted that, and has the new one turned up yet or not?
Yeah, they said they were going to send me an email with a tracking number, which didn't happen. But I just got someone knock on the door and say, "Look, here you go. Here's your new scooter." So my son came home because he was away for the weekend. He came home and said, "Oh, look, my new scooter, Dad. Can I use it?" I said, "Yeah, go for it." And we put it together. It took 2 seconds to put together, and he's happy with it. But it's a completely different shape wheel. It's ridiculous. I cannot believe that it's literally worn down. You've got to say at least an inch of rubber in that short a space of time. It's crazy. So I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it, and if it really starts to dwindle quickly, I'll get back onto Halfords and see what they come up with.
Well, yes, and you need to let me know as well.
Yeah, of course.
And what we have to hope, as you and I discussed last time round, the reason you're in a very fortunate position is that for the first 6 months from the date of purchase, the law states that the retailer has full responsibility to prove that they sold the product without poor quality manufacturing components. After 6 months, the law changes and it becomes the consumer's responsibility, if push comes to shove, to prove that the product was made with faulty manufacturing components. So my concern, of course, is that we're now, 3.5, 4 months on from the date of purchase?
Yeah.
If the replacement doesn't start showing the same problems until, say, another 3.5 months, you are then going to be into the second 6 months from the date of purchase, which then means that the full responsibility will fall to you, if push comes to shove, to have a report carried out on it, which could end up being quite expensive. You would, of course, be in a position, if it were to go to court, where you could reclaim those costs, but it becomes a big hassle. So if you notice, what I'm saying to you is, if you notice the wheels starting to fall apart, do not delay for even a day, because timing is going to be very crucial now with this, and you will need to get straight back onto them and say, I accepted the replacement in good faith, but the replacement is now falling apart in exactly the same way as the first one, so I'd like you now to replace it with a completely different one, or give me my money back, please.
I was going to say that was going to be my next question, would be, where would we stand if, the replacement was doing exactly the same thing? And even if it was after, let's say even after 6 months, would that then fall on me to go and get a report done?
Based on my experience of Halfords in the past, they are probably at that point going to demand that you have a full independent inspection carried out at your cost. Okay. And you would then pursue them with that report in hand. Okay. So certainly once it's gone beyond the 6 months, you're going to have much more of a battle on your hands.
Okay, well, he's got the 6 weeks holiday, so he shall be, I'm sure he'll be bombing around on it.
Right.
So, I'll keep an eye on it.
All right. Okay, well, listen, good luck. And I'm grateful to Halfords for replacing it for you. Let's hope there aren't problems with the replacement, because I am going to stay across this. And if we have exactly the same issue, I will be going back to them. Michael, we will thank them very much indeed, and I'm going to give them the horn, okay?
Lovely. Thank you, sir.
Now, Sophie purchased a hot tub that she was really looking forward to using over the summer. But 4 days after getting it, it broke. And the retailer was very unhelpful.
The leather was peeling. It's got like...
Oh dear, that's not Sophie. Sophie's here.
I returned it to the retailer who told me they couldn't take the refund. I had to go directly through the company. It's really hard to get hold of them, but once you have got hold of them, they did pick the hot tub up, take it away and fixed it. The next thing I know, they just give it back to me. I set it up again and it worked for about 2 weeks and then stopped working again. Same fault code coming up on it, not heating again. So I tried to ring the retailer on their helpline and it just, no one answers their phone ever. It just cuts you off after half an hour of calling. I've tried to ring the manufacturer directly again and it just cuts you off again. I've emailed everybody. No one seems to get back to me from either the retailer or the company now.
Well, when I saw the retailer that Sophie had purchased this hot tub through, I'll be honest with you, my heart sank because I have never, ever managed to communicate with them. Sophie's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Sophie.
Hi.
Hello. The retailer concerned is The Range. And like you, I tried to get through on the phone. I've also tweeted them and asked for somebody to please make contact so I can discuss the matter. I've had no response. But I'm afraid, historically, that has always been the case with The Range. I've never actually been able to speak to anyone about a customer issue. So what I did, and as I pointed out to you previously, your contract is with The Range, it's not with the manufacturer. But I did say, on this particular occasion, I may well go and speak to the manufacturer because we might have more luck with them. And I have at least received a response from them. Now, in the meantime, thankfully, you had paid by card. Sadly, not a credit card, a debit card, but you had paid by debit card. And you were just in time, were you not? I think there was about 5 days left for you to put in a chargeback through your bank for the money that you had paid to The Range because the product was faulty and you couldn't get them to sort the problem out. Now, did you speak to your bank? I gather you did, and I gather you had a positive response.
Yeah, I did. My bank were really helpful and they have credited our account straight away and they will refund their money through the retailer. They said it was a conditional refund and if the Range had any dispute with that they might, if they could prove otherwise, they might take the refund back. So at the minute, I've got my money back for the hot tub, which is good.
That is good, and I hope that remains the case. And I would just like to, before I move on to the manufacturer, I would like to make it clear. My intention has only ever been to speak to The Range to try and get a response. So if they become aware of this broadcast and would like to respond, please send me an email. Now, regarding the manufacturer, they've come back with this. They say, Sophie was contacted via telephone on the 16th of July, where she let us know that her perfect outcome would be to receive an exchange for a brand new spa. We then advised Sophie that we would need to speak with management to approve this. However, I would be able to call her later that day with an update. Sophie asked for a call back after 3 p.m, as she was collecting her child from school. However, I was unable to reach her when I called back at the requested time, and a voicemail was left. An attempt was also made to contact Sophie on Saturday the 17th of July, Sophie has then contacted us via email today on the 19th of July requesting a phone call. We have spoken to Sophie today at 2:45 to discuss her options moving forward. We were offering the customer a full product exchange with a choice of 3 different models. Sophie advised me that she has now received a full refund for her bank, who are then going to request the funds from the range. I advised Sophie during the phone call that if she had received a full refund from her bank, I would have to query what we would be able to do to help her moving forward. I have now emailed Sophie to advise her, due to receiving the refund, we are now unable to help her moving forward. However, we are disappointed that we weren't able to help her reach a solution that she would have been happy with. So in effect, the manufacturer have said she's got her money back, we're off the hook.
Yeah.
In layman's terms.
Yeah, the girl I spoke to there was actually really helpful. Unfortunately, I did miss her call, and I couldn't call her back because every time I tried to call back, no one answers their customer care line. So I did miss her call, but she was really helpful, and she said she was going to try and do something as like a goodwill gesture. But I think she was overrode by the management team there. And once they found out that I'd got my refund in the process of that.
Yeah, I mean the problem that you would always have is that, as I said to you at the very beginning, you didn't purchase the hot tub from the manufacturer directly. They do actually sell directly, but you didn't purchase it from them directly. You purchased it from the range. And therefore, in the eyes of the law, you only have a contract with the range. You don't have a contract with the manufacturer. So they didn't have to do anything. Yeah. Now, what I would say to you is, let's hope that refund that you've now got in your bank, let's hope that stays. And let's hope that the bank don't suddenly say, well, we've spoken to the range and they now they insist that they've done something to sort it out and we're taking the money back. I hope that won't be the case. Well, but it might be. And if it does happen, you're going to have to come straight back to me. Okay?
Okay.
So, we're going to have to wait and see what happens. And I'm so sorry that I can't come back to you with a response from them. But as I say, in the past, this has always been my experience. They have this telephone number that you can phone, and the phone just, you're on hold forever to get through to them. And it would appear their Twitter account is not manned by anyone who has been able to make contact with me to be able to provide a response for the programme. As I say, I would really love for that to change and for me to be able to present a response from them. And if they would like to make contact, I would love that opportunity. I want to thank your bank for giving you the money back. Just as a bit of advice for the future, always pay by credit card, not debit card. If you'd paid for this on a credit card, it would have given... There's no time limit, as there is with the chargeback, and your ability to claim your money back in the event that a product is faulty or doesn't turn up, whatever problem you encounter, you're able to take up from a legal perspective as well. It's not just an industry standard practice, which the chargeback scheme is. We'll thank your bank. We'll give them the horn for giving your money back. Sophie, any other problems, you know where we are.
Oh, thank you so much for your help.
Anjam's on the line. Hello, Anjam.
Hi, good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure. I have a problem with the builder. I entered into an agreement with the builder to carry out some work in my garden on the 18th June 2021. The work involved was repairing fence and wooden panel and concrete post and concrete gravel board, as well as the concreting 40 square meter rear garden and 3 square meter front garden.
Right, sorry, but first of all, are you reading this, Anjam?
Yeah.
Please don't, because I lose the will to live and glaze over. So can we just have a normal conversation, please? I understand you might want to refer to your notes, but I'd rather just have a chat with you, if that's all right. So this builder who was going to do some work, you're saying there was some fencing work in the back garden?
Yeah.
And what was the work in the front garden?
To do all the concrete. All weeds and all that, to remove them, as there are some tiles, and to do all the concrete on there.
Right, okay. And how much was this builder going to charge you for doing all of this work?
The agreed price with the parts and material and labour was £2,000.
£2,000. And this particular builder that you found to do this job, I don't want anything will identify who they are at this stage, but how did you come across them? Were they recommended by a trusted person?
My dad gave me the number, and he got the number from another neighbour of his.
Right. So had they been used successfully by people in the neighbourhood then?
Not really, no.
Oh. Well, how?
We got the number, and we just tried it.
What? So hang on a minute. So you were given the number for a company that no one had actually used?
Well, my dad's next door neighbour, he's recommended it, but we're not 100% sure whether he used it or he got a number from someone else.
Right. I mean, that's very risky, just so you're aware. I may well be, teaching you to suck eggs now, but you know what I mean. I mean, the best way to find a builder or a tradesperson is to speak to friends and family and ask them if they've used someone that's good, and if they, if they've got a regular person they use, and would they recommend them. That's the best way of doing it, really, because, to be honest, the number for this person could have just come from a leaflet through the front door.
Sure.
What's the position that you find yourself in now, having decided to have this builder do all this fencing work and the work to the concrete at the front of your property?
He came for 2 days, got the garden ready, and then he said he needs to order the materials to do the concrete posts and all that, the gravel boats, and the wooden fence. So I have paid him, but then I've later found out that he deliberately ordered the wrong material. So he collected the material which is damaged and wrong size, and now I never seen him again, really.
How much did you pay him for the materials?
The overall cost I have paid him so far is £1,200.
So you've paid him £1,200 and he's now disappeared?
Well, I can still get hold of him, but when I call him, he cuts my line. I know where he lives. I have visited him, and initially it was verbally agreed that the work will be done within a week, but then he started making excuses. So I went to his home address, and I got him signed the new contract with a date saying that all the work will be completed by 12th of July. But that has not fulfilled either.
Has he been back at all?
No, not now, no.
Right. Okay. And what's his reason for not coming back?
He's saying that he's short of money and he used my money to pay to his workers, and he hasn't paid his road tax, and the vehicle has been clamped and taken away, so he's short of money. The last conversation I had with him, he said that he was asking for more money from me, which I said, no, I can't pay you.
No. Don't give him any more money at all.
And then he said, if I can order the material myself under my own cost, then he will come and do the work. I said, no, I'm not going to do that either. I already paid you. You order the material. You come and sort out the work.
I presume you've got a full written quote that he provided you in the first place.
It's handwritten. Yes, I do have that signed by. There are two of them. Both signed the document, and I signed it as well. Yes, I do have that.
Okay. And have you subsequently done any research on this person? I mean, it's a bit late now, but have you kind of looked up to see what other people have said about him on the internet?
It's not a company, just like I think they work just themselves together. But no, I have not really. I've tried to search them on the internet, but I couldn't find any solid information on them.
Okay. Well, I'm more than happy to go and have a word with this man and find out why you're in this position, because this is completely and utterly unacceptable. It sounds as if you've handed over £1,200 for absolutely nothing to a bloke who now has said to you that he's...
Bank transfer, and then when the material came in, I paid cash on delivery, but then he collected that material without our permission and returned to the merchant and got cash back refund from that as well.
Well, I mean, this is completely and utterly unacceptable. And it sounds as if from what he's saying, he's used your money for other things. And he's now in a state, he hasn't got a van that he can use because he hasn't paid his road tax and all this. None of this is your problem. The simple fact is, you agreed with him he was going to do this work. He hasn't done the work. He's done some of the preparation work. But he's taken a whole load of money for supplies that have never materialised. Now he won't come back and finish it. It's completely unacceptable. Just as a warning to other people, please, please, please be very, very careful. Only use people who are good, trusted, recommended tradespeople. If you need a plumber, speak to your friends and your neighbours in the area and say, have you got a good plumber by any chance? You might have to wait for him because if he's good, chances are you're going to have to wait for him or her. If you need a gardener, landscape gardener, a builder, whatever, again, do your homework. Make sure there are some really good people out there who do this kind of work, and they are decent, honourable people who are prepared to take honest money for an honest job. But unfortunately, I encounter too many people out there, so-called tradespeople, who are quite happy to take people's money and not provide them with what they're supposed to. Please, ladies and gentlemen, try and protect yourself as much as you possibly can so you don't end up in this kind of pickle. What I'm going to do, I'll pass you back to the team, Anjam. We'll get some detail and I will try and track this guy down. Do you reckon I'm going to be able to speak to him this afternoon? Will he answer the phone or not?
You can try his mobile, and I got his address as well.
Okay, fine.
I think he knows my number. That's why he's ignoring me.
Fine. Okay, well, I will get hold of him, and if that man is listening to the programme, can I strongly suggest that you contact Anjam immediately and resolve this matter? Because one thing is absolutely certain, I'm now going to be trying to track you down to find out what's going on with this and why this customer is in this position. So if I were you, I'd contact Anjam and I'd get this job sorted immediately. Anjam, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail, OK? Now, Tom and his family were moving from their home in Hertfordshire down to Devon on June the 24th. They booked a removals company that had quoted them just under £4,000 to do the job.
We had a full packing service that came on the 23rd to pack us all up and move us all out. On the 24th, they arrived, and it became apparent during the day that they'd underestimated the volume, even though they'd sent a surveyor around to see the whole house and take photographs of everything. And the first we knew was at 6:30 that evening, we got a call from the company who said that they were taking all our stuff and putting it into their storage facility, and it wasn't actually coming down to Devon. We've ended up moving down here because we had nowhere else to go, and we spent 5 days sleeping on the floor because we have absolutely nothing. We only had the clothes we were standing in at the time. The last email we had from them was on last Friday in about 3:30 in the afternoon, saying that they would get some essentials down to us within 48 hours. That's obviously passed on Sunday, and we still haven't heard from them.
Well, as regular listeners will know, there's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes on this case. Yesterday, Tom and his wife Claire were planning to visit the lockup in London where their belongings were being stored. I spoke to Tom earlier this morning, right at the crack of dawn, before he signed a formal agreement with the removals company in order to be able to collect his possessions. And I asked him to update us all on what happened yesterday afternoon.
We found five lockups there, 5 or 6. I can't remember now. Anyway, 5 or 6 lockups that we had, and it was indeed full of our stuff. They were quite deep, so we couldn't really go through much. But as far as we can see, it is in those lockups.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we're on our way this morning. We stayed in a hotel up here overnight.
Yes, I should just point out, for legal reasons, it is currently 7:23, and at this particular moment, you have not entered into any formal agreement with this removals company, but you are intending to go and collect your stuff. Am I right in thinking at 8 o'clock?
That's right, indeed.
And from that point, and this is with an independent removals company, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, and they're all ready and set up and You know, they're raring to go.
They are. They came yesterday as well to the lockup, so they're fully aware of what they're doing, where it is, and with any luck, we'll be able to load up.
Well, let's just hope so. From 8 o'clock this morning, you and I won't be able to speak again. But as I said yesterday on the programme, I wish you and your family well. And I just hope everything goes smoothly this morning and you can draw a line under this and move on now. It's been a horrible experience, but hopefully you're now at the end.
Yeah, again, fantastic help you've given us, and thanks so much.
It's a pleasure. Tom, good luck for the future.
Thank you.
Now, Lucinda spent £1,700 on a new front door, which she ordered at the end of October of last year. It was duck egg blue, with irises in the glass. But when it was delivered, Lucinda realised there was a problem.
My father, who's 91, tripped out of the door, and my husband said, hold on a minute. And then we realised the door was too small, and it was supposed to be made to fit. And what they'd done is they'd built the base up 400 mil, and they'd brought the bottom of the door down 400 mil. So it was 800 mil too small, and they then filled it with a blue foam and put a fascia bit on it just so that it would fit in the doorway. And when it rained, the water came in through the bottom because it was just, I could put a bit of paper through in the corners.
Well, Lucinda really wasn't very happy at all. The company went back and replaced the door, but Lucinda said while they were replacing the door, the guy managed to damage the new glass on the new door. So she wanted the company to come back and to properly put this door right. Well, I went off to have a word with the company concerned. Lucinda's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Lucinda.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
Now, the company concerned is SafeStyle. And as you are well aware, when they first came back, they said, we are sorry to hear of the issues experienced by Lucinda with her front door. We regret the installation process and our subsequent communications were not up to our usual standard. We have arranged with Lucinda for one of our service teams to attend on Friday the 16th of July and to resolve the matter. Well, when I spoke to you yesterday, you said, yes, there's good news and bad news. Yes, indeed, somebody came out. And yes, indeed, they have repaired quite a lot of the door. However, there was still one issue with it. You were saying that after he'd done the repair, you noticed you could see daylight through the bottom of the door. At the bottom gap of the door, you could see daylight. And you queried this with him and said, why is that? And he said, oh, it's because of the drainage holes. But you thought, well, that's very strange, because I'm sure we couldn't see daylight through the door before. It later transpired after he'd gone, and you looked back at some photos of how the door was previously, there had been a rubber strip at the bottom of the door that now was no longer there. And you weren't very happy with this. You said, look, I feel as if they have still not repaired the door properly. They still haven't sorted it out properly. You said that you'd contacted the CEO's office, but you hadn't heard anything back. So I chased them up for you yesterday afternoon, Lucinda. And I had this response from SafeStyle again. They said, we understand the issue was picked up by one of SafeStyle's regional managers over the weekend. And apparently the customer had immediately called the regional manager to discuss the problems on Saturday. The manager has now subsequently arranged for a team to attend Lucinda's property on Friday the 23rd of July, so this coming Friday, to resolve the matter as agreed with Lucinda. So did you hear from them yesterday to confirm that?
I did hear from them yesterday, yes, to confirm. They're actually going to be coming out on Saturday the 31st of July. That is my request because I've wasted so much time of taking days off, swapping shifts for the door to be fitted and sorted out that I asked if they could do it on a Saturday when I knew that I would be at home and there'd be no... I wouldn't have to take time off.
Yeah.
Because obviously each time you take time off work, you're losing it's holiday or you're shifting your shift patterns around, and it's just not it's just messing my sort of like time off.
Yes.
Sitting waiting for somebody, and unfortunately with their track record, a few times they've said they're going to be turning up and they haven't turned up. So I thought if I do it on a Saturday, at least if they don't turn up, I'm not messing work shifts up.
Well, let's hope that won't be the case, because Safe Style, they know my programme and they know that I'm not going anywhere until this door is properly fixed, and that I get a guarantee back from you that it is all sorted and that you're then a happy bunny. What I'm going to do is this. A little bit of the horn by way of encouragement. They will receive the rest as soon as you confirm to me your door is finally fixed to your satisfaction, okay?
Yes, thank you so much. And it wouldn't have happened without your help. I would have still been trying to phone them and get somebody to come and help. So thank you so much.
Well, Lucinda, it's a pleasure. Let's just hope that it is all sorted out on the 31st. I will catch up with you after that, and fingers crossed we'll be able to give Safe Style the rest of the horn. It's BBC Three Counties Radio for Beds, Herts, Bucks. Laura, how are things looking on the roads?
Green Lane is closed from Opsey Road to Nancy Downs in Watford because of emergency repairs. In Stoke Mandeville, it's slow on Risborough Road through the roadworks around the service station. And in Aylesbury, it's slow on the A41 through the roadworks near the Miller and Carter roundabout. If you know of a problem we're not reporting, call BBC Three Counties on 08081 008800.
It's 12:30. Let's get the latest BBC News headlines. Here's Jane Killock.
Downing Street says it's crucial for people to self-isolate if they are pinged by the NHS COVID app in England. A spokesman said isolation remains the most important action people can take to stop the spread of the virus. Boris Johnson's former chief advisor, Dominic Cummings, claimed the Prime Minister wanted to let coronavirus wash through the country rather than destroy the economy. In a series of allegations in a BBC interview, Mr Cummings also claims Mr Johnson didn't believe the NHS was overwhelmed last autumn. The government is beginning an online public consultation today about plans for the Oxford to Cambridge ARC, covering Bedfordshire, Hertfordshire and Buckinghamshire. The plans will determine where new business parks, roads and up to 1 million new homes will be located. Hertfordshire County Council is holding another full meeting at the Gordon Craig Theatre in Stevenage today, despite the easing of coronavirus restrictions. The council failed in a legal challenge to allow local authorities to continue holding meetings virtually. The weather for Beds, Herts and Bucks, hot and mostly sunny with some late heavy showers. Those are the headlines. The next bulletin is at 1.
Jonathan Vernon Smith.
BBC Three Counties Radio.
Yes, good afternoon. Coming up in half an hour's time, the lunchtime jukebox, all the go-iest music around. First, though, in this half hour, time for our daily lunchtime conversation where we try and talk about light-hearted, frivolous things. Things to put a smile on your face, anything other than coronavirus. That's kind of the rule of this discussion. Today I want to know, what do you resent spending money on? One of the JVS show team has just had to buy 4 presents for other people's children. None of them come with batteries. It's practically tipped her over the edge. Having to go out and buy batteries for toys. Oh, how annoying. Well, I made sure I changed my car before I needed to replace my tyres, because the tyres on my last car, they were so expensive, and it's just such a boring thing to spend money out on, isn't it? They cost hundreds and hundreds of pounds for 4 new tyres, and you don't notice any difference afterwards. Absolutely no difference whatsoever. Another work chum has just purchased a part. Many of you have been following the story of Tom and his family and the removals company that were moving his family from their home in Hertfordshire down to Devon. Now, on Monday, there will be some further news on that case. I know lots of people have been contacting the programme saying, what's going on with this? You seem to have gone very quiet on it. I don't know how many times I can say it. A lot is going on behind the scenes. A lot. I'll bring you up to speed with all the latest on Monday here on BBC Three Counties Radio. First, though, today, let's get on with the new consumer problems that are coming in. Claire's on the line. Hello, Claire.
Hello.
Claire, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names,
Thank you very
please.
much. In April 2020, with everything was shut, I looked at hiring a treadmill because running reduces my migraines. So I tried all the companies all over the country and local ones. However, all their equipment was hired out. A local company said they do hire them out for 3 months minimum term and then a month at a time after. and I should call back in a while, and they expected some to be returned because the weather was good and the novelty would have worn off. So I thought it was really good because I could support a local company.
You're not reading this, are you, Claire?
No, I'm not. No.
Oh, okay.
Well,
You're obviously just
I
very,
just got
very
my
fluent.
notes, and I know this very well.
Okay.
So I've been very worried this week about this. So on the 27th of May, I emailed the company and to see if any were back, and they said one could be delivered to me the following day. So the rental was £70 a month for 3 months minimum.
Right, hang on a second. Let me just slow you down because I need to keep up with this story because I don't know anything about it. So you wanted to hire a treadmill.
Yeah.
But I presume this is because you couldn't go to the gym during lockdown.
Yeah. Everything shut during mid-March. Yeah.
Okay. So you wanted to hire this treadmill, and the company were prepared to do it, but they didn't have any available. But on the 27th of May, one would be available.
Yeah, I emailed them then. On the 28th of May, they delivered one to me.
Okay. How much?
£70 a month for 3 months.
Per month?
Yeah.
For a treadmill?
That's what they are to hire, yeah.
Couldn't you just run round the block?
No. It's not very good outside. Hurts my joints.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, £70 a month just for a treadmill. I mean, seems like quite a lot of money, doesn't
it? And that's exactly it. My husband said no, but I committed to him that I was going to do 10 kilometres a day. I normally only do about 25 a week, so it was a bit of an overcommitment, but that was it.
Okay.
The competition was on.
So you agreed to hire it, and did you say you were hiring it on a 3-month basis?
Yeah, it was a minimum 3 months, and then after that you could decide if you wanted to do it a month at a time.
Okay, so was it delivered on the 28th?
Yeah, it was, yeah. All fine, yeah.
Okay.
So that was okay, and the guy was an independent local company, so really pleased about it. It used to trip the fuse box occasionally, but not sure, and we'll come on to if that relates, if it's a certain thing, I don't know. But during the 3 months hire, I decided I was going to have my own because I was using it as I'd committed. It was really good. I was watching TV when I was running on there and I lost some weight and stuff. So I decided I wanted to buy one. I talked to my husband into having one. And then we spoke to the company that we'd hired it from, the local company, and said what were the options. So I was given tiers of pricing to buy the current one that we'd hired, the second-hand one, or I had some prices to buy brand new ones, which were coming in to him soon. So he had a really good year. They'd probably never hired out so much equipment because of the pandemic. A lot of people were doing this, so he brought in a lot more stock.
Okay, so how much was it going to be to buy one?
So he said to buy the one that I'd hired would have been £200 initially. Then he went down to £135.
To buy it?
Yeah. And
that's cheap.
But it was 10 years old. It's been hired out.
Oh, right,
so
okay.
We're thinking about it because thought we're really going to use it long term. And then a brand new one, was £699, but he offered me that with 5% discount at £665. So we researched the model and the brand. We could have gone to a larger retailer, but we decided with everything going on and he'd helped us that we'd stay local and support him and have the brand new one from him. We asked about the service and the maintenance because we want to make sure we looked after it and stuff. And he emailed me on the 19th of August and said, you'll get the manufacturer's warranty of 2 years, and in terms of the service in the machine, as long as you apply treadmill lube to the belt, you will not need us to service it for you. It's very easy to do and something you can do yourself. So we thought, okay, we'll go with this and use him. It's got a 2-year warranty.
Treadmill lube?
Yeah.
Right, and what do you do with is that something you have to squirt in? Or?
Yeah, it's just it's a clear lubricant, and you put it under the belt, and then you let the belt go round in it.
Okay, and does that come with it, or do you have to go out and buy that?
No, I had to buy that.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, that was the 19th, all agreed. On the 25th of August, my new treadmill was delivered. I did a test run, and I paid £665 to him on our credit card. I had to chase him 3 times about what lube to use. So it's funny you said that because I had no idea what to do. He wasn't that helpful, but I got there in the end. So I purchased some lube straight away because I wanted to make sure it was okay, and watched loads of videos on YouTube to make sure I did that properly. So then I had to chase.
How much was the lube?
Probably under a tenner, I would have thought. It wasn't a lot.
Okay. And did he say how often you needed to lube up your treadmill?
No, he didn't. I think on a phone call he might have said 3 months, because when I was chasing him up, he said about every three months, or depending on the use.
Had you had to lubricate the one you were hiring?
No.
Right. So you had that. So that was fine to have for 3 months without lubricating it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But it did. That was the treadmill that we'd hired was noisy, and I had contacted him midway through the hire and said it was really noisy, and he did send someone out to service it that he uses independently. And that guy said, whenever you run on a treadmill, let the treadmill start up, stand on the side. When it's got to the pace you want to run at, then you hop on. So that helps the maintenance.
Okay. And this was all in August of this year? Last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so last year you had it. So it's not yet a year old.
No.
So what's the problem with it? Because I presume you're talking to me because you're having a difficulty.
Yeah, exactly. So then that was last August. I've had to chase him for documents, had to chase for the paperwork and everything, but it's fine. To be fair, I haven't been running like I was running. The novelty did wear off. But last Friday, so the 16th of July, I went out for a run. I was just 1 kilometre into the run and the power stopped. It tripped the fuse box, tripped absolutely everything, which I'd never had with the hired one. It tripped everything in the house. So I got all the electrics sorted, made sure everything was working, and then I retried the treadmill, and it come on, so I thought that's good, it powered up. But when you press the start button, it just died and come up with an error message. So I thought, I don't know what to do. So I called the guy that I brought it off, because I thought he brought loads of these last year, because it was such a good year, and he said he'd brought loads. And because he hires them out, I thought he's probably seen this error message. So I'll give him a call and see if he's seen it and can help. So I phoned him. He said he didn't remember me. He sells a lot of equipment. And so I explained what happened. He said he didn't say he wasn't interested, but he didn't come across at all interested. He told me I need to speak to the manufacturer, but he warned me with COVID and Brexit not to expect much. He said that everything is delayed and that I won't get a response. So I'll need to chase them after 7 days. Then I might hear something. Then I might have to buy a part and wait for it to come from Spain, which could take months. So I just said, typical, everything's blamed on COVID and Brexit nowadays. And we just had a bit of a small talk about that. He said, I'll tell you what, I'll email them and I'll copy you in, but please don't chase them. So then
he told you not to chase the manufacturer?
Yeah. So first of all, he told me to email them. Then he said he would email them, but I'm not to chase them.
Right.
So then later that morning, last Friday still, he called me and he said, have you got the serial number? Because he wanted to check that he'd used the right one on the email he sent. So I'd just taken a photo of it and emailed it to him because I thought about doing that. And I said, you said you sent the email, but you haven't copied me in. And he said, I'll send it on to you. That day I had to chase him 3 times for that email. So
okay.
That was that.
I mean, do you listen to my programme, Claire?
Yeah.
Okay. So you know then that your contract is with him and with his company.
Yeah.
It's not with the manufacturer.
Yeah.
In fact, you have no contract whatsoever with the manufacturer.
Yeah.
So all this business of, you need to go and talk to the manufacturer to start with, it's just nonsense.
Yeah.
It's sometimes
so at that point, that's why I left. Yeah, he said he'd emailed them.
Yeah, it's sometimes the case that a retailer will have a very good relationship with the manufacturer, and the manufacturer says to the retailer, if you have any problems with our products, just send your customers directly to us and we'll get them sorted out. Now, I don't have any kind of issue with that whatsoever. Yeah. If it's all done in a kind of way that benefits the customer, that's great. But ultimately,
it's kind of not what's happened here.
But ultimately, the relationship is always between the customer and the company that you paid the money to. So in this case, it's this man. Yeah. Now, what he should be doing is giving you a very clear course of action that is now going to be taken to make sure that this product that you purchased in good faith from him, not even a year ago, is put back in a position where it is working. Mm-hmm. And it sounds from what he said to you, he hasn't done that at all.
No.
It sounds as if he's kind of automatically coming out with excuses before he even knows what's going on. It sounds as if, has he offered to send someone out to inspect
No,
it?
it got worse from that. So the manufacturer emailed the following day, not 7 days like he said, and their email just said, sorry, you've got an issue with the treadmill. Error 2 is an issue with the motor or circuit board, which can be due to lack of maintenance of lubrication or a worn deck or running mat. As the treadmill is over 6 months old, then if the error has been caused by these issues, when the motor consumption is checked, then the visit and parts will not be covered by the warranty and will be chargeable to you. Parts can be ordered and delivery is approximately 10 working days. So that was just from them and nothing from the guy himself. He's copied in on that email.
Have you spoken to him subsequently?
Yeah, we emailed back then Sunday, the following day, and just highlighted to them that we purchased it less than 12 months ago, informed at the point of sale that treadmill was well known and reliable, hence we bought it. We have lubricated it. The treadmill itself has only done 855 kilometres, and I've got a log of all of the runs and when I've done them. It's never been put on an incline, it's always on a flat. We let the belt go before I run. So we pointed out all these things. And then we've had nothing all week. And we just feel like he's washed his hands of us. Don't know what to do or how to chase him. And didn't want to do anything. So hence got in touch with the show on Wednesday and knew I'd be on today. But yesterday they did send me another email in reply to our one on Sunday. And they said, thanks, and this is from the manufacturer again. Thank you for the information. As advised, the engineer will do a thorough check of the condition of the treadmill, check the motor consumption when visiting with the parts. If the consumption is normal, then visit and parts will be under warranty, but if it's high, then the visit and parts will be chargeable. I haven't replied because I know I was speaking to you today. I'm not comfortable with dealing with them because of the reasons you've said as well, and I'm kind of really concerned about this treadmill because it didn't just blow the fuse socket, it blew everything in the house, and I'm working at home and I don't want to have a piece of equipment like that, and if it affects my work equipment or this happens again, or no one said who's going to contact me or come to my house as well.
Okay. There are some valid concerns, and there are some concerns that I think you might be being a bit over the top with.
Yeah.
I mean, the simple fact is, if the manufacturer is offering to send out an engineer to come and look at the treadmill, that's fine. Yeah. If the manufacturer is coming out with an engineer who will be capable of fixing the treadmill, that's absolutely fine. Yeah. If the manufacturer is getting to a stage where the manufacturer is going to start blaming you, then I really feel as if that's something that you need to be braced for, and the retailer needs to be braced for the fact that you may well at that point ask for everything to stop, and you will at that point seek your own independent view on what is going on with this treadmill. Mm-hmm. You're covered by the Consumer Rights Act. The Consumer Rights Act states that that treadmill must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Mm-hmm. For the first 6 months, it is the retailer's responsibility, if a problem occurs, to prove that you've damaged the treadmill. The legal responsibility is down to them. After 6 months, it's your responsibility to prove that you haven't damaged the treadmill, that you have done everything properly and in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions, and therefore the product has failed because an inadequate quality product or component is used in that treadmill. So, I mean, the simple fact is, it may well be absolutely essential to get an independent report done. What you must not be doing is agreeing to paying the manufacturer.
Right. So I haven't replied to their email. So what do I do now? Do I agree with the manufacturer to come? Because they haven't. I don't know.
So when do they want to come out? What was the date?
Yesterday email. So thank you for the information. And as advised, an engineer will do a thorough check. But no, I don't know who the engineer is or how I don't know. It's very because this is with them and not with the guy I brought it from, I was a bit concerned about replying to that.
And is this company okay? I'm not going to ask any more actually because I don't want to identify them. Yeah. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pass you back to the team. We will get some detail, and I will go and speak to this retailer this afternoon. Okay. It's always very frustrating when you, as a customer, try and do your bit to support a local business, and you decide to put business their way when you could have gone to a larger company that would have a proper customer service, department or whatever it may be that will provide that after-sales service backup. Yeah. It's very frustrating when you don't get after-sales service from a small independent retailer, and it sounds like that's exactly the position you're in. It sounds as if he, from the start really, has wanted to wash his hands of his responsibility, and he needs to realise that he can't wash his hands of that responsibility. It's his legal responsibility to you. It's not the manufacturer's, it's his responsibility to you. And if he believes, following the manufacturer's visit to your property, that you've damaged the treadmill, that you've mistreated it, that you haven't done what you were supposed to do in a reasonable way to maintain that treadmill, then, okay, put that to you and give you an opportunity to respond. But at the moment, it sounds almost as if the whole thing is geared up to presenting you with a bill on that day for probably quite a lot of money to fix that treadmill, and I don't think that's fair.
No.
Okay,
and
leave it with us.
Photos of it. It's all immaculate and stuff, so yeah, I'm not sure.
Claire, I'm going to pass you back to the team now. We will get detail, and I'll go and have a word with him this afternoon.
Thank you so much for your time.
Sally decided that she'd like to start a monthly subscription for some fancy stationery aimed at encouraging her to write a journal.
In the first box, I got a very nice notebook with a band round it to keep everything in together, a smaller book to write my thoughts on where I am in my life and where I'd like to be in a year's time and all that sort of thing. And it was all very good. So that was £21.90. That included delivery. The second box arrived a couple of weeks ago, and the contents were so minimal that they would have cost less than £5 to purchase. A very, very small, thin paper notebook, a pencil sharpener, 2 little binder rings, and a couple of magnetic bookmarks, and that was it.
Well, as far as Sally was concerned, it was a complete waste of money. She wasn't going to pay over £21 for this box of stuff that would have cost a few quid. So she contacted the company and said, right, I want to return this and I'd like my money back, please. Apparently they said no. Well, why? And what have they done subsequently? Let's find out, because Sally is back on the JVS show. Hello, Sally.
Good morning.
Now, Sally, it's very interesting because you will recall last time I spoke to you on the programme, I said it was some years since I dealt with one of these kind of monthly subscription issues. I used to deal with quite a lot of them where people would see a magazine that was saying, oh, build your own remote control car or something, get a free part with every episode, with every, edition.
Yes.
So people would start doing it and, 400 quid later, they're still trying to buy all these magazines to build this remote control car. And to be honest, it would have cost them considerably less just to go out and buy a remote control car in the first place.
Yeah.
It's very interesting because the company that you've done this subscription through is actually connected with that previous company.
Really?
So these kinds of monthly subscriptions seem to be tied in with that previous company, but they've obviously slightly changed the way that they operate. Now, the company I spoke to have come back with a response. I'm going to read the response to you. I gather they've also been in touch with you.
Yes.
The company concerned is Betterly. Betterly. Now, they're not based in the UK. I'm not quite sure where. I think they're based in Italy. It looks like an Italian address. And they've come back. They say, Dear Jonathan, following your question about our customer, we would like to point out that the terms and conditions on Betterly website are compliant with consumer law and clearly states the conditions both for the cancellation of the subscription within the 14 days following the delivery of the first box and for the cancellation of the subscription after the above-mentioned 14 days. Anyhow, we confirm that the refund has been granted to Sally due to our usual commitment to satisfy the needs of all of our customers. We are sure to have been clear and exhaustive enough. Best regards, the Betterly team. So they are sure to be clear and exhaustive enough. whatever that means. I presume that means they think they've done everything they need to do to make you a happy customer. What have you heard from them, Sally?
Well, the first I heard was an email refunding the full cost of the second box, including postage, back to the original payment method. And then yesterday afternoon, I got a phone call from a guy that was very, very, very apologetic. Very apologetic. It took about 10 minutes for him to keep saying sorry. And then he asked if I would like to give some further feedback on the sort of things I would expect to see in future boxes. So I said, yes, give me some time to think about it and bring me back again tomorrow. And then last night I had a further email, another apology. So I don't know what you said to them, Jonathan, but they were so apologetic. It was unbelievable.
They are based in Italy, just outside Milan. They seem to be based as a company. I mean, as I say, they used to be, I don't know if they still are, I don't know if it's just a change of company name or whatever, but they are connected with the subscription company that I used to deal with some years ago. But as I mentioned to you, I haven't had these kinds of complaints for a while.
No.
I mean, I don't wish to kind of go over it all again, but I would have thought it's very simple. In the same way that if you want a remote control car, go to a shop and buy a remote control car rather than trying to build your own piece by piece, getting monthly magazines.
Yeah,
if you want to write a journal, go and buy a notebook, get a pen, and sit down and write it.
I think going forward, I will investigate anything like that a bit more deeper. I think I just got hooked in with the advertisement promotion, spend less time online and get back into sort of your own thoughts and all that sort of thing.
It's like a kind of lifestyle change and a lifestyle enhancement.
Yeah. And the idea of the boxes coming monthly starting last year was very good, but that never happened either. I've only had 2 boxes in about 7 or 8 months.
But can I just ask, if you were starting to get involved with a monthly subscription service to write a journal, what did you imagine after the first boxes turned up with your pen and your notepad to write it down? What did you imagine was going to come in, say, 4 months' time?
Well, from what I have seen from the first couple of boxes, it was different things to look at in your life, different things to examine. One month you looked at your goals, the next month you looked at your feelings and how you could change and all that sort of thing. Different bits of stationery that was coming. There was a few pictures of lots and lots of different books and stickers and pens and like little grid books that you can draw stuff in and special tapes and all that sort of thing. But none of that ever arrived. So it was just a little bit of me falling for a glossy picture, I think.
Well, listen. The good news is they have given you your refund for that second box, and I presume you're not going to continue with the subscription.
No, I've cancelled my subscription, and they've confirmed that.
Okay, fine. And did you ever give the feedback for what you thought they could include?
No, they're going to be ringing me back later today, asking for that.
Right. Just out of interest, what are you going to tell them?
Well, basically that they need to include some quality products for journaling. You can get quality products on the high street for a lot less money than what they're selling it for. And things like a pencil to include is a bit silly, really, because, people have pencils at home. If they're going to include stuff, they have to be quality products. A quality writing pen or like a decent ballpoint or gel pen, something like that. Different aspirational quotes and things like that. There's a lot they could put in it that's a bit more robust than a 5p pencil and a 20p sharpener.
Right. Well, listen, I'm going to thank them very much indeed for agreeing to allow you to cancel it and to get your money back.
Yes.
I will give them the horn. If you have any other problems, Sally, you know where I am, and I look forward to at some point hearing how your journal turns out.
Yes. I'm starting it again. I decided to start it again tonight.
Go back to scratch. Well, at least you're with all this kerfuffle, you'll have an extra chapter to write about, won't you?
I will.
The time I had to call the BBC to help me with the subscription service for writing my journal.
I might call you later about accidentally setting fire to things. I've got a very, very good story.
Have you?
Oh,
right.
yes.
Right. Well, you're not getting away with that easily. I'm going to pass you back to the team and we'll get the detail for you and we'll speak to you in an hour.
All right, lovely. Thanks, JVS.
Thank you very much indeed, Sally. And for the company, Betterly, thank you. And Jam came to me. He was telling me that he employed the services of a builder to do some work in his garden on June the 18th. This job involved doing some fencing in the back garden and then some concrete work at the front. He said he was quoted £2,000 and he gave the company £1,200 up front, mainly for their supplies. But he says nothing's finished and all he keeps getting from the builder are reasons why he can't finish the job.
I can still get hold of him, but when I call him, he cuts my line. I know where he lives. I have visited him and it was verbally agreed that the work will be done within a week. But then he started making excuses. So I went to his home and I got him signed the new contract with a date saying that all the work will be completed by 12th of July. That has not fulfilled either. He's saying that he's short of money and he used my money to pay his workers and he hasn't paid his road tax and the vehicle has been clamped and taken away. So he's short of money.
Well, I've been trying to speak to the builder to hear his side of the story to find out why the job has not been finished. And so far, things haven't gone very well. Anjam's back on the JVS show. Hello, Anjam. Anjam is there now. Anjam, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Jonathan. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Right, so let me just recap. So you employed the services of this builder to do this work in your garden. You were quoted £2,000 and you've given the builder £1,200 up front. But you were saying the job is nowhere near finished and you can't get the builder to come back and to do the job.
That is correct, yes.
Now, I have tried to contact the builder. You have given me, it's rather bizarre, but I've got two builders' names registered to the same address. Do they live together then?
I believe so. When I went to see them at their property, both were there.
So both of the builders you know were in that house at the time when you called by?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You also gave me a telephone number for the builders, and this number, I gather, has been answered by both of them over a period of time. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
When I contacted the number, the man that we're looking for is a man called Stephen. So when I called the number, I said, hello, is that Stephen? And he said, yes. I explained the situation. He then said, oh, I need to get hold of Stephen. I said, well, I thought I was talking to Stephen. And he said, yeah, you are. And I said, what's your surname? He gave me a different surname to the surname that you've given me of the two other Stephens. And at that point, the phone went dead. Now, I have called back several times since and have left messages requesting for the Stephen that we are looking for to return my call. I have not received any response to my messages that I have left. Now, can I just confirm, have you heard anything from the builder since our conversation on the programme last time?
No, I haven't. No, not at all.
Okay. Well, in that case, what I'm going to do, and I want to make it very clear, at this point in time, all I am looking to do is to speak to that builder to get his side of the story. Because at the moment, Anjan, with the greatest of respect, I've only heard your side of the story. Now, I have indeed seen the various evidence you have sent me in terms of contracts that have been drawn up between you and this builder. the initial quotation, I've got a photograph of the builder, I've got a photograph of the builder's credit card. So I'm confident that we are talking about the same person, but I would like to give him an opportunity to provide a response.
Sure,
so
okay.
I would like to just ask, and this is particularly for anyone in the Luton area, although I have evidence to suggest that this man has also worked in the Dunstable area as well. I'm looking to speak to a man by the name of Stephen Heseltine, based in Luton. There is also another Stephen, apparently at the same address, that has been working with him on your garden, and that is a Stephen Ventham, Ventham. So can I just ask, if Mr. Heseltine or Mr. Ventham of Luton, if they are listening to this programme, and if they are able to contact me, Stephen Heseltine, Stephen Ventham, at this moment in time, all I want to do is to find out from you why Anjam tells me he's paid you £1,200 for building work so far and you haven't finished the job. It may well be you have an explanation. It may well be that you want to get in touch with your customer, Anjam, and go and finish this work as soon as possible. Please give me a call, please tell me what your side of the story is, and please respond to the many voicemail messages I have left on your mobile phone. If anybody listening to the programme knows one of those two men, if you are able to put me in touch with them, I would very much relish the opportunity. Anjam, I very much hope that when you and I speak next week, you will have heard from one of those gentlemen and that you may even confirm that the building work has been finished in your garden. We'll take it from there, OK? Now, Charlie is a landscape gardener and recently laid some composite decking for a client.
A couple of days after it being installed, a couple of random patches started to appear on the composite. And obviously it's sold as a good product that shouldn't fade. You get a 12-year warranty on it. So, the colour should sort of stay there all year round. So obviously I've contacted them, let them know that obviously the customer's not happy with the quality of the boards. Is there anything that we can do? And straight away they said it's a natural thing that happens within the boards. It can happen between the first day and, the first year. It's just something that you kind of have to deal with. But they're not cheap boards.
Well, this is a business-to-business contract, so Charlie is not covered by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. When a business purchases a product from another business on trade terms, you can't expect that the usual Consumer Rights Act would be in place. However, there should still be terms and conditions that are outlined by the supplier at the point of sale that you, the customer, in this case another business, agree to. The simple fact is the company that supplies this decking suggests that this product is a good quality product and you will have many years of use from it, that it comes with a long warranty on the product, and yet they will not take responsibility for the problems that Charlie now has with this decking. Well, I've been off to have a word with them. Charlie's back on the JVS show. Hello, Charlie.
Oh, yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, well, thank you, Charlie. Now, the company concerned that I've spoken to, at this stage, I'm not going to identify them. But let's see what they have to say, and let's take it from there. They say, first of all, I've been speaking to the managing director of the company, who says that he is well aware of the case because it was escalated to him in the first place.
Yeah.
He also goes on to say, Charlie is also very much aware of why the issues have occurred. Composite decking, he says, once exposed to the sun, fades at around 30% within the first 6 months. The majority of that fading occurs within the first few weeks, meaning it lightens and loses some of its colour. Charlie's client provided us with the attached photo, and he sent me a photo of the decking kind of stacked up on top of one another. He goes on to say, as you can see from the photo, the decking is laid out in the garden before being installed. The issue has occurred as some of the decking has been covered by the other decking boards. These covered parts are delayed going through the weathering process that I described above, which means there is a decking width with streaking on the boards, as those areas haven't faded as much. The resolution to this is that in time, the parts covered, now they're exposed, will begin to fade to the same final colour as the rest of the decking. So in effect, what he's saying is that there's nothing wrong with the decking. The only bits that are showing a colour discoloration are bits that were covered up while the rest of it was exposed to the sunlight. So he's confident that those bits that at the moment are a different colour will blend in and it will soon all be a uniform colour, Charlie.
Yeah, so I don't think that is the case. I mean, when we put the boards in the garden, there was a couple of boards that sort of went over it, but not as much to the patches that are actually on the decking. There's more patches than what there should be from a couple of boards laying over it. It's like random patches all over.
Well, he's saying that that's the reason for it. So I think the only way of being able to determine who is right and who is not right would be for somebody independent to go and have a look at this decking. Do you know of any experts in decking?
I know a couple of other companies that sort of supply it, but not like an actual expert, no.
Has the customer reported whether the marks on the decking are still exactly the same as they were originally, or whether they are fading?
So no, I've obviously spoke to her yesterday, and she didn't mention anything about the colour sort of blending.
Okay, Charlie, your mobile phone signal's not very good, so I'm struggling to hear you. What I'm going to do now is to share with my listeners on Twitter the photograph of the decking the way it is at the moment with the discoloration, and I'm also going to share the photograph that the company has sent me that they say shows various parts of the decking were covered up, which means the decking has been exposed to the sunlight at uneven times, and therefore it will start to blend. I'm going to ask my listeners to see what they make of that, and we'll take it from there. By the way, I was talking to Charlie just before the news about this decking. I've just tweeted a photograph of the decking, the way that it looks at the moment. The decking, you can see from the photograph, if you go to the official JVS on Twitter, you can see the areas of discoloration. The company is saying that they believe it's because certain bits of decking had other bits of decking laid on top of them while it was waiting to be installed, and therefore it's had uneven exposure to the sunlight. But they say that it will all blend in a few weeks' time as soon as all of it is exposed to the sun. Do you agree? If you know anything about composite decking, can you go and have a look on my Twitter, please? The official JVS. And just give me your feedback, please. Does that sound like a plausible explanation? Is it likely that Charlie's customer will be happy with the decking in a few weeks' time? Or is that discoloration not going to get any better? Let me know. Give me your feedback on Twitter, please. Linda, hello to you.
Hi, Jonathan.
Linda, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so on the 29th of April, my son received a charge certificate from the Council for Bus Lane Violation, which occurred on March the 21st. But he never received the first penalty notice, which was supposed to have been mailed on the 25th of March. So he attempted to call the council on the 29th, but to no avail, there was no answer. So he logged into their website and logged an appeal, stating that he never received the letter and confirmed what address was it sent to. So he never received any response. So he accepted the responsibility for, driving in the bus lane.
So he did, it was his car, and he did hold his hands up and accept he was responsible.
Yes.
Okay.
But he never received the first notice in the mail.
How do you know?
Well, what had happened, we We never received it in the mail. So he had just gotten the new car in March. So he thought we hadn't had the logbook back. So he thought maybe it got mixed up or went to the previous owner's address. So we contacted the previous owner. He said no, he hadn't received it. So yes, he accepts responsibility that, okay, you know, he did do it and whatever, and tried to get the consul to confirm what address was sent to. We got
right,
no
but what I'm saying is, where is your evidence that your son was not informed by the council back in March that he had committed this offence of driving down a bus lane?
Okay, so he happened to be on the local website for the newspaper and saw 2 cases of people who had the same issue, that they never received notification, and it was the exact same date of my son's violation.
Okay, fine. So has he now written to the council to say, I accept that was indeed my vehicle, and I accept that I was the person that drove down the bus lane. However, this is the first I have heard of the of your notification of the offence, and therefore I'm prepared to pay for the violation. However, I am only prepared to pay the original amount, not the elevated and escalated amount.
Well, because he tried to contact the consul again on March the 5th, but because of the letter...
March the 5th or May the 5th?
May 5th, sorry. May the 5th. So because the 14 days was getting closer to where they say you have to pay the fine.
How much was the fine at that point in May?
90 pounds.
Okay.
So he thought it was best to make the payment because he didn't want to incur any additional charges. And after the consul would look into the matter, he assumed that he would get refunded for the £60.
Right. So did he pay under protest?
He did. Because what happens, you go online and you're only allowed to pay the amount that is on the ticket. Like, you can't pay a lesser amount. You have to pay the amount that's on the ticket. The website wouldn't allow you to pay anything different.
Right. Oh, okay. So hang on one second. So he's paid... But he's said, I don't feel I should have to pay the full £90. I think I should have paid a reduced amount because this is the first I've heard of it.
Yes.
And what do they say to that?
Well, they have come back to him and said, well, he hadn't heard from him. So he called the consul and the young lady took all his details, passed to Reverend Pro. So then the traffic investigation officer had come back and said the case was closed because he had paid the amount, and they considered that his acceptance of liability.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, there's this problem I'm going to have, Linda, being honest about it. I'm more than happy to call the council for you. Mm-hmm. But if the council turn around and say, yes, we did write to him. Here's a copy of the letter sent to the home address back in March. How do I prove that your son didn't receive that letter but just didn't do anything about it?
Well, in the article of the 2 individuals that was in the article, the date was the exact same date. And in the article, the consul acknowledged that there was a problem with Royal Mail delivery on that date and that they were willing to accept appeals, but the motorist had to approach them first. So he did approach them first because, like he said, he wasn't sure, like, where did this notification go because I hadn't received it. But like I said, in the article, the consul is acknowledging that, they had a problem with Royal Mail.
How did you become aware of this article?
He just happened to go on the local newspaper website, and he just happened to come across that article, and of course it referred to another article for someone else from a previous week or whatever, and he found the 2 individuals.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I'm more than happy to go and contact the council and to get their side of the story on the matter. What I'm going to do, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get all of the detail and I will make contact with them this afternoon and try and get a response, okay?
Okay.
Now, 16 years ago, Julie's dad had a new bathroom fitted. that was adapted for his late wife who had disabilities. Well, it's also now pretty useful for Julie's dad because he's in his 80s and he has reduced mobility. This loo is all singing, all dancing. It washes, it dries, it does everything for you. But now there's a very big problem.
One of the products that we had installed was a wash and dry toilet. They do everything for themselves. You just sit on the toilet, do what you need to do, press a button, and it does everything else. And an engineer comes out, annually to service the toilet, which my father pays direct debit. I visited my father on the 3rd of July this year, and I didn't know at that point that a service engineer had called on the 5th of June. So I noticed the toilet was in a disgusting mess, and I don't mean just a little bit of mess. It was leaking human excrement out of every single seal of the toilet. So I started to have a bit of a clean, but of course the more I started to clean, the more was coming out, and it was just relentless. Why have they been continually coming out to service a toilet that actually is knackered? Why are they taking his money?
Well, Julie was telling me that her dad pays £165 there or thereabouts every year to have the toilet serviced. And she says that it transpires this toilet has been, she thinks, broken for a number of years and has been leaking excrement for a number of years. Why has the company continued to come back and to perform a service on it without ensuring the fundamental underlying problem with wherever this sewage is coming out from has been fixed? All very valid questions, and I went off to have a word with the company on Julie's behalf, and I had a very, I hope, productive conversation yesterday afternoon with one of the main people at the company. Julie's back on the JVS show. Hello, Julie.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Julie. So the man that I spoke to yesterday, he was a little bit kind of bringing himself up to speed while we were on the phone because he was going through all of the notes while we were on the phone, and he said, "Okay, well, look." He said, I can't give a firm conclusion really on what's going on at this stage because I need to go and have a word with an engineer who came out to visit last time and all these kinds of things. So I said, okay, well, that's fine. Look, I completely understand you need to go away and have a word with the engineers who've been out to visit Julie's dad. And then can you come back to me with the response? Well, he did come back to me yesterday afternoon to say that what they decided to do was to get a senior engineer to come out to your dad's house today to have a look at the loo to try and determine what's going on. Is there a problem with the loo or not? Now, have you heard from him, and has that visit now taken place?
Yes, so the engineer was there this morning at 10:30 sharp, and I've spoken to the engineer and I have spoken to the company, and we have come to, thankfully, a resolve on the loo. Yes, so I don't know if you want me to go into what detail you want me to go into, but there was a problem.
Well, I'd like you to tell me what the problem was.
So the problem was the loo itself is a standard loo, and it is encased in they call it a cover, basically. It's like it's wrapped up. And each time the loo is serviced, the cover should be removed. The toilet should all be cleaned, which isn't part of the contract, I must say, the cleaning part. But the engineer should take the cover off. The loo should all be cleaned by the owner, and then the cover put back on again. What's been happening is the cover has not been taken off on its annual service. So consequently, there's been a build-up of a number of years, and it doesn't even matter if just water would be flushed down the toilet. Whatever is trapped in that cover will continue to flood out. So I've come to an agreement with the engineer that every time he goes to service, I will make sure I go around and give the loo a clean, and then he'll put the cover back on again. In addition to that, they're going to put a new seat on the loo for my dad, and it will contain like an anti-drip mechanism, so that will alleviate that problem going forward.
So am I right in assuming then that actually there's nothing wrong with the toilet? What has happened is over a number of years, there's been a bit of an issue with missing, and excrement has gone somewhere in the toilet where it shouldn't have gone.
Correct, yes.
Right,
yes,
okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So I think as part of the service, the cover should be removed completely, and that hasn't been happening. So yeah, we've discussed it. We know what's going to happen going forward. I'll make sure I'm around there as well to do the cleaning part, because that is not part of their service.
And just out of interest, the removal of the casing around the toilet, is that something that can be done by the owner?
No, that's all part of the service. And no, because my concern is once a year enough for that to be, to come off? Should that not come off more frequently than just once a year to give the loo a good clean?
Well, I would have thought so. I would have thought so, because if ultimately what we're talking about, I mean, let's just be blunt about it, because, I mean, look, we all have to go to the toilet. We all do the same thing. Let's not tiptoe around it. If ultimately this toilet is designed for people with mobility issues and disabilities, and if the whole point of the loo is that it is designed for people that have difficulty using a regular loo, there is a chance that when someone is doing a number 2 on that toilet, if there is an issue of slightly missing the loo, if you're going to end up with number 2 going down the side of the casing and then sitting inside the casing, I don't think that's very hygienic.
No, I don't either. What he did say is that the £165 that my dad pays, whilst that is for the annual service, if there is any problem between the services, that is also part of the cover as well. So what my dad should be doing, that he's not been doing, he should be notifying them, and they would call.
Julie, you're disappearing a bit. I don't know if you can move a bit so we can hear you clearly. So in effect, for that £165, they can come out again if the issue arises, and they can remove the case in order for you to give it all a clean behind.
Yes, correct.
Right.
And that's what we're, yes.
Okay. Do you feel satisfied now, having had the conversation and with the response from the company, that they've done everything they need to do to sort this problem to your satisfaction?
Yes, they have, and thank you, Jonathan, for making that happen. Shouldn't have to come on the radio to do that, but there we go.
Well, it's a slightly sensitive issue, and I just wonder whether there's some of the problem has been a kind of, to be honest with you, people tiptoeing around the issue. Because when you talk to me about how they'd suggested to your father that they could raise the toilet and all those kinds of things, it suggests that what they've tried to do to your dad is to say there is a way we can adapt this toilet in order for you not to miss.
Perhaps.
Rather than saying, this is the problem, this is what we need to do, we're going to take the case off, we're going to take that case off, then you need to come in here and clean the loo. I mean, your dad's not in a position to be able to get down on his hands and knees and clean it all. So somebody else will need to do that. And I just wonder whether, with a desire to maybe not upset anyone or offend someone, it's ended up with this situation, which is now very awkward. Anyway, listen. It's water under the bridge now. Let's draw a line under it. You now know what the problem is. You know how it needs to be sorted. The company have said they are going to help you going forward in order to ensure that happens. I will thank them. Julie, any other problems, you know where we are. Julie's on the line. Hello, Julie.
Hello, hi.
Hi, Julie. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, thank you first for having me on the show. In 2005... we had my father's house adapted to accommodate my late stepmom's disabilities. And this included a washroom, which we purchased from a retailer which manufactured specialist disability products. And one of the products that we had installed was a wash and dry toilet. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with those, but basically they do everything for themselves. You just sit on the toilet, do what you need to do, press a button, and it does everything else for you.
Is this one of those Japanese toilets that kind of fires water up your bottom?
Oh, I think so, yes, and then followed by some air.
Wow.
But it's not Japanese manufactured. It's a specialist UK company, and it's advertised as built to last. Now, I must say, this was in 2005, so, the toilet has lasted well. And it's followed up by an annual service fee. An engineer comes out, annually to service the toilet, which my father pays direct debit. It's $165.
You have to have your toilet serviced.
Service, yes, that's for all the manufacturing of the parts, so making sure that the wash and dryer's working, and of course if there's any leaks or anything nasty happening to the toilet, then the engineer will come and sort that out.
Was it very expensive?
The toilet itself it was over £2,000, and that was in 2005.
Yeah. Right, but the point of it being, and the reason why it's very suitable for disabled people, I presume with kind of mobility issues and potentially problems kind of moving around on the loo, is you just kind of sit there and it does everything for you. You get up and you're all, you've not had to wipe your bottom or anything, putting it crudely.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's right.
Okay. So what's gone wrong? I mean, we're obviously 16 years down the line. What's going on now?
So the engineer comes out annually, and at no point during that time has it needed any new parts. So it's been functioning perfect. So it's been a really, really good loo, actually. My point is, I visited my father on the 3rd of July this year, and I didn't know at that point that a service engineer had called on the 5th of June. Now, when I got round to I noticed the toilet in a disgusting mess, and I don't mean just a little bit of mess. It was leaking human excrement out of every single seal of the toilet. So I started to have a bit of a clean, but of course the more I started to clean, the more was coming out, and it was just relentless. And I just said, Dad, this is disgusting. You need to get the engineer. And he said, but the engineer came out on the 5th of June. I'm like, Dad, that was a month ago. The engineer's been here. I said, did he say it needed a new part? Did he identify it was leaking? And he was like, no, everything was fine. So
where was the excrement coming out?
Well, it was coming from, so where the toilet's fitted at the bottom, in the base, like to the floor, it was leaking all around there.
Oh dear.
It was also coming out of the seal between the toilet seat and the unit. It was coming from there. It really wasn't very nice at all.
But forgive my ignorance. I'm trying to picture it. Surely the toilet would have.
For you, if you'd like to see them.
Oh gosh, I'm not sure I do. But yeah, I probably need to. But the does the toilet in the way a normal toilet would do? It has obviously the kind of the pipe bit at the bottom of it that has a U-bend to it, and then that goes out into the waste. So had that split or something, and that's why.
I have no idea. I'm not an engineer myself. I just know what I saw, and yes.
Or was it just that there's some kind of problem with the waste pipe at the back of the loo, and therefore when you flush the loo, it's kind of all coming out underneath the loo?
I've got no idea. I'm not an engineer, so I would not be able to comment on that. But
dear. How long had your dad been kind of how long had he experienced all this excrement coming out?
Well, I visited my father last year, and the same thing happened then, and I cleaned the toilet, and I'm like, Dad, this isn't right. And he's like, but the engineer's coming, don't worry, the engineer's coming. And then I hadn't seen him for a time, but my dad's cleaner actually said that this has been going on for several years now, to the point where she's not prepared to clean the toilet anymore, and I can't say I blame her, really.
Oh, blimey, right.
Yeah.
So but can I just ask why? Because, I mean, it may well be that the toilet is at the end of its life. It's given a lot of life.
Absolutely.
Can I just ask, why has your dad not had a plumber around just to kind of rip that one out and put a whole new toilet in? Because he doesn't necessarily need this wash and dry loo now, does he?
Well, he does now, yes. So, years on, my father is now 85 and he has limited mobility himself. So actually, the toilet is very important for my dad as well now.
Right.
And I didn't realise, until I contacted the retailer, I didn't realise that the loo has a typical lifespan of 15 years. So in my communication to them, that's what they came back with, that it is kind of now at its life, end of life.
Yes, but have they... because if what you're telling me is that this has been going on for the last few years...
Yes, and nobody's picked it up.
Then if the company comes out every year to do a service, surely they can't be servicing a loo willingly if they know it's broken and it's leaking excrement.
And that is my point. That is the fact, that is my point to the company, that at no point has any engineer recognised that toilet is leaking.
But are you sure? Are you sure they haven't been saying to your dad for the last few years, this toilet must be replaced now?
No. I said to my dad, I'm going on the radio now. I'm going to be telling the world about this. You must tell me, has at any point, and absolutely no. And they haven't even, in the last service on the 5th of June, and 1 month prior to my visit, there was nothing wrong with it. Never even mentioned. And
so it's not documented on the report or anything?
I haven't seen the report, if I'm really honest with you. I haven't. No, I've seen the letter to say the engineer's coming, but I haven't seen the report.
Well, I think that's what we need to ask. I think we need to ask from the company what the report says. I mean, I'm of course also intrigued to know why they have continued to come back, because you would have thought if they've come out to the loo and it's broken and it is not fixable, because to be honest, it's knackered, it's at the end of its life.
Yeah.
And they say to the customer, okay, we can no longer service this toilet. It's broken. It needs to be replaced.
That would be the right thing, yeah.
Then surely, if the customer then doesn't do that, I mean, ultimately it's down to the customer. But if they don't do that, why as a company would you continue to go back year after year servicing a toilet that is so broken? We're not just talking about a toilet that's got a very slight water leak or something. We're talking about a toilet that is so broken it's leaking excrement. It's ridiculous.
That's my point. Absolutely, that's my point. And I'm getting no answer.
How much does your dad pay on an annual basis for the service?
It's £165, and that comes out direct debit.
Every year?
Yes, yeah.
Why has the cleaner never mentioned this to you before?
Well, she did, but the last time that I went there, she has mentioned it to me, and I have been round myself to clean it, but I've just got to the point now where this has got so bad now, Dad. I mean, it has got worse, a lot worse.
Right. Well, I mean, in terms, right. Let's just talk about the practicalities. So, to start with, the most important thing is you need to get a plumber around there to rip that loo out and get something decent put in.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the most important thing. It is not healthy or acceptable for your elderly father to have a loo that is leaking excrement. So that toilet needs to be replaced. I think there's a very valid argument to put to the company who's been maintaining it as to why they've continued to keep going out every year and charging £165 if indeed this toilet has been broken for years and doing the same thing. I'd like to know. But what is it you're hoping to achieve from this?
Well, I just want to understand from the company exactly is your point. Why have they been continually coming out to service a toilet that actually is knackered? You're right. And, why has that not been made clear to my father that there's no more we can do for this toilet? That's just what I want to understand. Why are they taking his money and they've done nothing,
Yeah, and I'm more than happy to address that with them. But they may well turn around and say, well, here's our explanation, blah, 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 but it still doesn't get away from the fact the toilet is broken and it can't be repaired, so this toilet needs to be replaced. I mean, is your father in a position where he is prepared to replace the toilet?
He's got the finances to do that, yes. I mean, the actual functionality of the toilet works perfectly.
Not if it's leaking excrement.
No. The wash and the dry function of the toilet is working. That part is working. It's whatever's causing the toilet to leak. That is what my point is to them. Why are you not addressing that fact? Yes, the wash and dry part of the toilet does work fine. And why are you not addressing the leak?
During the service, have they ever recommended to your father that the whole thing is kind of removed so they can see what's going on behind it to have a proper investigation?
No, nothing. No, I did call my dad last night and I said to him, I asked him all those questions because I knew I was coming on the show today, and no, at no point has that ever been mentioned to him.
Right. Okay, well, I mean, we need to... if the loo itself is working, but there's stuff leaking, it would suggest to me, and I'm just a layperson, I don't know anything about plumbing, apart from the very basics, because I've had a toilet replaced myself, and I've seen the way one toilet comes out and another one goes in. At the back of the loo, you've got a big pipe, which is your waste pipe. And the toilet also has a kind of hole in it, and you connect the hole to the waste pipe, so when you flush the loo, whatever goes down the loo goes out the waste pipe. Now, I'm just wondering whether behind that loo has the connection between the loo and the waste pipe come loose, and that's where stuff is coming out. But if that's the case, I
didn't get that close to have a look, if I'm honest with you.
Well, you wouldn't be able to, because the loo would have to be removed to access it. But what I don't understand is why at no point anyone has come out and just taken the toilet off to look behind it to see what's going on.
No, I don't either.
Okay. Well, this is intriguing. Intriguing and pretty horrifying.
They did in my letter to them, they did respond to say that they had sent my father a quote to hire the toilet, if that would help him in any way. So they were happy to quote for hire. Oh, actually, yes. They sent a quote to say that they would come round and make the toilet higher for him, because they felt that would be easier for him to get on the loo. So, yeah, they were prepared to send a quote.
Well, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. So are they suggesting, and I'm just reading between the lines here, are they suggesting in some way... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to be a bit crude with this conversation. I'm very sorry for anyone listening that doesn't want to hear this kind of talk in the morning, but I've got to have this. Are they suggesting that actually the excrement that is around the base of the toilet is not actually coming from the loo, but is coming from your father's use of the loo?
I don't think it can be. Not from where it can't, because the toilet itself, where the seal is, the toilet itself moves. So as I was cleaning round it with my gloves and a brush, it was coming definitely from the seal. So I think the fact of making the toilet higher was so, because my dad has got very limited mobility, it was so he didn't have to crouch down as far. It would just make it more comfortable for him.
I need to go and have a word with them. I need to try and find out what's going on.
Why would you quote to hire a toilet that is actually...
None of this makes sense. What the company should be doing is saying to your father, there's clearly a problem with the waste from this loo. We need to come out, we need to remove the whole toilet, we need to look at what's going on behind it in order to work out whether this can be fixed. If it can't be fixed, we're going to have to provide you with a quote for a new toilet. The price for all of this work will be X amount of money. Now, if they come back and they provide that and they say, look, 2 years ago, that's exactly what we said to this customer, here is our evidence.
Yes, yeah.
Then, of course, that's going to be a difficult conversation you're going to have to go back and have with your dad. But if you're confident at no point has that ever happened, and they've just carried on coming out doing some kind of service that will go, God knows what they're actually doing with the service, and charging him £165 for years when actually the toilet is leaking waste, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, he's 85 with limited mobility, but his mind is very, very switched on. So at no point no point has that been mentioned to him. Financially, with everything with his finances is spot on with all of that. He's not got any deterioration of the mind at all. He would have. In fact, he reminded me today that it was the day I was going on the radio, and I thought it was yesterday.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, listen, leave this with us. I will go and have a word with that company and try and find out what's going on.
That'd be amazing.
I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word, okay?
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Can I just ask, any plumbers listening to the programme who have any experience of that kind of loo? I mean, it does sound like a rather complicated toilet system, although I presume the basics of it are essentially the same as a normal loo, in that it connects to a waste pipe and whatever you flush down the loo goes out of the waste pipe. I mean, what do you think could be causing that? Now, Colin moved into his new home 6 weeks ago, but there's a problem with the front door.
The lock jams in the afternoon when the heat hits the front of the house. In the meantime of that, we noticed one of the windows was damaged at the back of the house, so we got a firm to come and quote to replace this window. In the time that the gentleman was here, I pointed out the front door to him, and he said, oh yes, he says, get the firm that fitted that. He says, they'll come straight out. So we rang the company and said, you fitted doors about 10 months ago, and we're having trouble with the padlock, and was told by the lady on customer services, I'm sorry, guarantees are non-transferable.
Well, I mean, technically that is absolutely correct. And as I explained to Colin on the programme, he doesn't really have any rights in this particular case. However, I did say to him, let me contact the company just to see if there is anything they can do. Bearing in mind it was their door, they did indeed fit it, and it hasn't been fitted for very long. From a reputational perspective, were they happy that their product had failed in such a short amount of time? That was really the essence of the argument I was going to put to the company. And I have done just that. Colin's back on the JVS show. Hello, Colin.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, I did contact the company, and I spoke to a lady initially. I explained the situation, and she said, OK, I need to get the main guy to call you back. I said, fine. Now, I think they did actually make contact with you that day, but he didn't call me back. So I chased again and then chased again yesterday afternoon. And finally, yesterday afternoon, I received an email back from the guy that runs the company. I think it's safe to say he probably wasn't best pleased to hear from me. He said, thank you for your email. I mean, I'd sent the emails after I tried calling them. I'm unsure why you're involved. And I believe Colin has given you incorrect details. Firstly, we have not been ignoring you. We are a small, family-run business, and as you may be aware, the demand in our industry currently is almost off the scale. Even before your first email that I've seen, we tried to make contact with Colin and to arrange a visit to find out what his issues are. As far as I understand, we have tried to contact him by letter that was posted on Friday the 16th and by phone on Friday as well. As far as I'm aware, Colin has failed to respond, which is unfortunate as we were always willing to visit. And this week we have people carrying out an installation in his area that could have visited and at least taken a look at the issue that Colin has advised us of. It was Colin's aggressive attitude and his berating of our staff after he was informed that his solicitor had not transferred any of his guarantees or warranties. It's not our fault that this has happened. We were also open and frank with Colin that any parts required for the resolution of this issue could be chargeable. This is standard practice, as most parts, handles, doors, door furniture, hinges, etc. are only covered for 1 year. And that is as long as the windows and doors in questions have been maintained correctly by regular cleaning and lubricating. Therefore, should new hinges, handles, mechanisms be required because they haven't been maintained, there would be a cost for parts. But as we always do waive the labour charges for the repair, I believe this is very fair and far better than some of the larger companies who charge a minimum of £150 to £200 for any part, no matter what the part's relative cost. We have offered to visit as soon as possible. I'm unsure how we are to blame. It was purely Colin's unwarranted threats. Don't worry, Colin, I'm going to let you come back and respond to this. It was purely Colin's unwarranted threats and unreasonable demands that prevented the situation from being resolved any sooner, and now it is his lack of communication that prevents the matter from being resolved. We offer a non-transferable manufacturer's guarantee. That's direct from the manufacturer. We are only an installation company who buy in the frame that we install. We also offer a 10-year insurance-backed guarantee that covers all of our installations, whether we're still trading or cease to exist. As far as I'm aware, he has not contacted the IWA insurance provider regarding the matter. As I've already stated, we are awaiting contact from Colin. I would imagine one of the office staff will attempt to make contact to arrange a visit for next week. Now, our schedule is completely full this week. This will occur by Friday or Saturday as we finalise next week's schedule. As far as I'm concerned, the matter is in hand. We are acting honourably and in good faith. And it's only a matter of arranging a visit to confirm what is required and what the issue actually is. I don't think he's very happy, do you, Colin?
Quite gobsmacked, because it was a 3-minute phone call where the lady in customer services that it wasn't transferable, the guarantee wasn't transferable, and that was it. Nobody's tried to ring me in the meantime. I did receive a letter yesterday which I have rang back and made an appointment for them to come out and inspect the door on Monday, but it seems very drawn out, that bit. So I don't know where all that came from.
So in terms of their allegation that they've been trying to communicate with you to make an arrangement, that's not your experience?
No, my phone is next to me 24 hours a day and nobody has tried to ring me at all.
Right. Well, I'm not quite sure what's gone on in terms of that breakdown in communication between the two of you. I mean, if we just fast forward to where we're at. And what's interesting is the fact that they are obviously aware of the fact that your solicitor, who did the conveyancing for you, and I don't know whether this is something you really should be taking up with that solicitor, it is a part of their job when a client is purchasing a property, particularly a property that has had work done recently, the solicitor should have requested that any warranties are transferred over. Now, it sounds as if this particular company, they don't offer the transfer ability anyway, but I wonder whether your solicitor did actually try. Have you spoken to the solicitor about that?
No, not yet. It's something I will look into, though.
Well, I think you should, because you've presumably paid your conveyancing solicitor a lot of money to look after your best interests in purchasing this house. If the solicitor has not at least tried to get any existing warranties transferred over into your name, his or her client's name, then, as far as I'm concerned, he's not really looked after your best interests in all of this. So I think I would certainly be prepared to take that up with your solicitor if I were in your position. Regarding the door, let's focus on the positives. So they say that they are now prepared to come out. And have you got a date confirmed?
Yes, next Monday between 3 and 4 o'clock.
OK, fine. Well, let's wait and see what happens. Hopefully, this is just an issue of adjustment and it's not, there won't be any parts that are required. But if it is just a situation of adjustment, then I presume on Monday they'll be able to do that for you and the door will work properly.
Hopefully, yes.
OK, well, I tell you what, can we speak on Tuesday? Let's find out how things go on the Monday and I'll stay across this until it's all resolved.
That's lovely. Thank you very much.
Quanta came to me. She was telling me she purchased a new kitchen in 2012. It cost her £3,775 and it came with a warranty. The warranty apparently covered the cupboards and the appliances. So she was fairly confident when she noticed some bubbling on the cabinets recently that she'd be covered for that.
First I ignored it. I said maybe just it's one or two cupboards. But then it got worse and I started seeing it was literally from the corners, it was peeling off and I could see all the different layers of doors and cupboard doors. And I was very surprised at what was happening to my kitchen. After a couple of emails exchanged, he said, there's nothing we can do. You're out of the warranty period. And at that point, I sent them an email. I said, I understand it's 8.5 years old, but my understanding was all of the kitchens have 25 years guarantee. She goes, yeah, but you're out of warranty period. She said, all we can do is offer you £300 goodwill gesture.
Well, Quanta wasn't happy with that, and in fact she was mistaken when she thought it was a 25-year guarantee. The company has subsequently confirmed that although it's 25 years now, when Quanta purchased her kitchen in 2012, they only offered a 10-year guarantee. To be honest, though, it's by the by, because she's still covered, surely, by the warranty as things stand at the moment. Well, I went off to have a word with the company. Quanta's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Quanta!
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
Hello, Quanta. Yes, I'm very well indeed, thank you, but very keen to catch up with you because last time you and I spoke, you will recall, I read the statement that I'd received from the retailer, which is B&Q. They came back, they said, we were sorry to hear about Quanta's experience, and a £300 gift card was offered as a gesture of goodwill. Initially, we were not able to cover the warranty claim, given the issue was deemed to be related to wear and tear. That said, we are reassessing Quanta's claim and offering an inspection. They went on to confirm that their 25-year guarantees were introduced in 2019. There were 10-year guarantees in place from 2012. And they did say that the customer requires proof of purchase before an inspection can be arranged. Well, they subsequently came back to me just to confirm that they had been in touch with you and a visit was now arranged. Has that now happened, Quanta?
It has happened about three weeks ago. The independent inspector came. He checked everything, whatever he had to do. He went off. Of course, he was not able to share any details with me, and I understand that. And he said he will send everything back to the company. I didn't hear anything. This morning I did give him a call to find out if he has done all what he needed from his side, which he's confirmed that he has sent everything back to the company, and I should wait and see what they have for me. So I think I need to be a bit more patient and wait for their response now.
Well, you say that. I mean, if you're telling me that this was 3 weeks ago, the inspector came out, I mean, how much time do they actually need? Surely all they need to do is they need to just read the report from him and they need to see what it says and then they need to contact you. I think it's a bit strange that he wouldn't make any comment to you whatsoever while he was there. So he wouldn't comment as to why the cabinets, the coating on the cabinets was bubbling up?
No, he wouldn't. He said I'm an independent surveyor and I would not discuss anything, which I guess I can imagine and understand, but that's all I got. And this morning I called him and just wanted to find out, has he done his report or he sent it back? He goes, which he confirmed, yes, he has done everything, what he needed from his side. Now I should wait for them to come back to me. So, I don't know.
If he's independent, then that means he doesn't work for the company and he doesn't work for you. But then if he's independent, what I don't really understand is why he wouldn't at least give you a view as to what he believed had caused the problem on the cupboards. In my experience, and what's a little bit worrying, and I hope this won't be the case, very often when people come out to customers' houses and they say, oh no, I can't kind of reveal anything to you, it's because what they then do is go back to the company and they say, no, I've been out to have a look at the customer's problem and, there's no way you need to sort this out. You know, you can put that down to wear and tear. I hope that's not going to happen in this case.
Oh, well, I don't know. You know more than I do, so I don't know what to comment.
Well, look, if ultimately that is what he goes back and feeds back to the company, then you're at that point then going to have to make a judgment call as to whether you then organise for your own report to be carried out by a company that will actually disclose the information directly to you. It seems a little bit odd that he wouldn't even give you an indication as to what the problem was, but there we go. So he's gone back, he's fed that back to B&Q, and you haven't heard any more.
That's right, yes.
Right. Let me go and chase them. Let me find out what's going on. Let's see what that report did indeed say. What I will be doing, I can tell you now, if B&Q come back and say, no, our independent report was carried out and it states that this is wear and tear, I would like to know why wear and tear would cause the laminate coating on kitchen cupboard doors to start bubbling.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. If you were talking about scratch marks or scuff marks or, you know, general bits where the edges of the cupboards might be getting a bit worn from where your fingers are touching them on a daily basis, that all sounds like wear and tear. Yeah, but wear and tear should not cause adhesive that is used to stick a laminate coating onto some kind of chipboard backing. I mean, it shouldn't cause that. So I'll be very interested to know how this could ever have been blamed on wear and tear. But there we go. We'll take it from there. Quanta, leave it with me. I'll go and chase them up this afternoon. Leas lives in a medium-sized bungalow. He has gas central heating. A year ago, he was paying about £166 a month for electricity, which already is a lot of money. But by the time Les came to me, he was being asked to pay considerably more.
They've been taking ever-increasing amounts of money by direct debit, and they are now saying that I should be paying £2,154 per month. Now, I know the problem, the reason is that their meter is faulty,
Right.
I've had this confirmed by one of their engineers, but they just will not accept it and are coming up with all sorts of excuses.
Well, it was ridiculous. I mean, quite how the electricity company could ever have thought that Les was due to pay thousands of pounds every month. I mean, it's just absolutely crackers, to be honest. I went off to have a word with the company. They are E.ON. Les is back on the JVS show. Hello, Les.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Les. So E.ON said we are aware of Les's concerns. We're already working to resolve the matter. Our engineer has inspected the meter and confirmed that it is faulty. We'll be contacting Les to arrange a convenient appointment for a replacement meter to be installed. All charges on the account are paused whilst we work to fully resolve the matter. This is an unusual situation that we're working to resolve as quickly as possible. Well, fantastic. They did indeed come out. They replaced the meter. You've got a nice new meter. It works. And even better than that, when they looked into the amount of money you'd been paying them for the last few years with a broken meter, they then backdated a payment to you. They paid you back over £6,000. Fantastic. Yeah. Lovely jubbly. So you've now got a nice new meter that works, and they were waiting to assess the amount of electricity you were using to be able to come up with a reasonable figure that you should be paying on a direct debit in order to cover your electricity across the course of the year. Now, of course, the benefit of paying by direct debit is that what you do is you pay a bit more than you're using in the summer, but that then covers the extra amount of electricity that you use in the winter. So you're not suddenly hit with bills at certain times of the year. You spread the cost across the course of the year. That's the way it's supposed to work. But when I spoke to you yesterday, you were saying to me that the company had reassessed everything and your direct debit had been set at £5 a month. Well,
yes.
I mean, that's just completely ridiculous. That would be, if you were only paying £5 a month, at some point you're then going to get a big bill because you're not paying enough to cover the electricity that you're using. Now, what's rather intriguing, Les, I went back to E.ON just to say, look, what's going on? Why have you set his direct debit at £5 a month? They've come back to suggest that you yourself had set the direct debit at £5 a month online.
Certainly didn't, no.
Oh. They said Les changed the direct debit to £5 himself online last month, they said.
With a direct debit, you cannot change it. It can only be changed by the company taking the money. You can't actually change it.
No, but did you change it on your account? Maybe by accident?
No.
I don't know.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
That's incorrect.
Oh, all right. Well, they now say that what they did was they spoke to you yesterday and they've had a conversation with you, and they and you have agreed that a monthly amount that needs to be paid, a reasonable amount, is £50 a month.
That's right, yes. A man rang yesterday afternoon and discussed it, and yes, we came up with £50 a month, which is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
And they have emailed me this morning to confirm it. So.
And are they confident that's going to cover you? Because I think with my fag packet workings out yesterday, hadn't I worked it out to be about £60 a month you needed to be paying?
Yeah. You asked me how much a unit, and I said I thought it was 19p. It's just a little bit less than that, actually. So,
right.
So they seem to think with what I'm using at the moment, that would be okay. So.
Okay. Well, they will soon tell you if it's not. And if the system is working correctly, then, of course, what they should do is they monitor your direct debit throughout the course of the year. If you can provide meter readings to them as often as you possibly can, that obviously just helps them. Because this is not a smart meter you've had installed, is it?
No.
It's a normal meter.
One of the normal ones,
yeah. So you need to give them... The electricity companies and gas companies are only legally required to come and read your meter once every 2 years.
Right.
And obviously, in the course of a 2-year period, your electricity or gas consumption can fluctuate hugely. So give your company meter readings as often as you possibly can. Most companies allow you to do it online. I try and give my electricity and gas provider meter readings every other month or so, and it just helps them to assess it. And then there are early warning signs.
Yeah.
So if you're either using very little gas and electricity, or if you're suddenly using quite a lot, you get a bit of a heads up early, so you can so the direct debit can be readjusted, and either you're covering the amount and not suddenly then given a big bill, or your direct debit is reduced. So just make sure you give them plenty of meter readings.
Yes, I have got an online account with them, so I will do that. Yeah.
Great. To David. Now, this is an interesting case that came into the programme while I was off. David went on holiday in the UK with his partner. They parked up near the coast, but when they finally got back home, they found a fine waiting on the doorstep for them, and they realised that an innocent mistake had been made.
She happened to put in 2 wrong digits on the registration. I'm so glad she's with this bank, because what they do, it comes up with a photograph or Google Maps with the map where we parked and the actual ticket reader number. So we have proof we paid it. So she phoned the company up and told them. They said, we don't care. I'm so sorry. She said, both my partner and I have got dyslexia. She said, I never had my reading glasses with me, so I just happened to put a digit in wrong. They said, well, we've checked all the cars and your car wasn't registered. The woman said, well, what we can do, we can give you a discount for every digit you got wrong. Sorry, I said to my partner, we're not paying it. I've sent emails to them with all the evidence on it, and we still haven't heard nothing yet.
Well, I gather from Justin, who I've spoken to, who was dealing with the story when it first came into the programme, I gather a lot of you had very strong views on David's case. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, David.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, David. Right now, we have been off to have a word with the parking company. We have a response, and I think we're going to have to work out what you're going to do as a result of this response. Let me just run through what they are saying. We've been to them and, in effect, have asked them for some goodwill on this particular issue, because obviously you accept that a mistake was indeed made, and 2 digits on the number plate you accept were inputted incorrectly, yes?
Yes.
Okay. They have come back, following our request for some goodwill to be shown, to say that as far as they are concerned, they will not be cancelling the fine. Okay. They say if it had just been 1 digit, then they would have cancelled it. But there were 2 digits that were wrong. Right. They also said, and this is a very crucial bit of information, they have said that they would potentially have been inclined to make an exception, even though you'd inputted 2 digits on the number plate incorrectly. They would have been prepared to make an exception, apart from the fact that apparently you were very rude to their staff.
Oh, right. Okay. Really? Have you heard conversations, the telephone recordings?
No, I'm just relaying what they've told us. I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond. They say apparently you used foul language.
Oh, no, really? I've actually got witnesses when I was on the phone to them, because my 2 work colleagues were with me when they actually phoned me, and when I eventually said that we'll let this go another route, and I can't talk to you while you're talking to me like this, I put the phone down, and they both said, my God, they had such a bullyish attitude, and they did. It's the same 2 people there, as a gentleman and a woman. And the woman, first of all, spoke to my partner in a very, very bullyish attitude. No foul language was transferred.
So you sure you didn't swear?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay. None at all. Nothing at all. But the thing is, what the lady actually said to me is, we've actually traced the registration number you registered into the vehicle, into the machine, and it's not your vehicle at all. It belongs to a completely different vehicle, and we've located that vehicle. So I said to her, okay then, was that vehicle monitored on your camera going in and out of that parking car park on that day? She said, I can't give you that information. So obviously it wasn't. There is a vehicle out there with that registration number on, which is obviously that's going to happen, but she will not confirm whether that car was parked there on that day or not, which it wasn't. And why are we going all the way, travelling nearly 300 miles and paying for a ticket and then in our car? And it's just pathetic. I am honestly, Jonathan, I'm going to wait until it all goes to court.
Okay. Well, hang on a second. Let me just carry on with their response, and then we need to have a grown-up conversation about what to do and what the risks are either way. So, the company's argument is that you were apparently rude and offensive on the phone and ended up hanging up on them.
Yeah, I tell you what, I said, I can't talk to you I can't talk to you like this. When I actually mentioned dyslexia, he said, I don't care, dyslexia's there's no excuse for putting more than one digit in wrong with dyslexia. Does he suffer with it? I'm terrible. I go word blind with my dyslexia. So he cannot, that comment towards my partner, I'm sorry, I just said, I can't talk to you like this, and I put the phone down on him. Then
are you sure at that point when he started, as you felt, not understanding your dyslexia, are you sure you didn't at that point get angry with him and say something that maybe you wouldn't ordinarily have said?
My voice may have got angry, but I never swore. Swore.
Okay, because they say they've gone back and they've listened to the call and you apparently used foul language. But if you're sure they didn't, I mean, I don't know because I wasn't there on the call. He said that to us, he said, we would have been prepared to make an exception, but he said, I'm not prepared to put my staff through being spoken to in the way that they were spoken to by David.
I'm sorry, Jonathan, but I'm not being funny. Their attitude from the beginning has been very bullish, and they are using bullying. Although they're not using any foul language or threatening behaviour. It's their voices. Their voices are so intimidating. And I was actually listening to the first phone call with my partner. She had it on speakerphone, and I was getting so vexed the way the woman was replying to her. And it's like when I was speaking to her, I rung her back. She said, well, you've rung me back. Why are you interrupting me? I said, all I wanted to do, you've just told me you found the registration of that vehicle. I just said, okay, then, was that vehicle monitored going into that car? I'm not at liberty to say that. And
right. Well, okay. I mean, look. As I say, I wasn't there during the call, so I don't know what was said. I'm just simply repeating what they have told us, and that is that, as far as they're concerned, they feel the way that you spoke to their staff on the day means that they are not inclined to do you any favours, and as a result, he said they are not prepared to back down.
Okay, fair enough.
They also say that apparently you've appealed the decision, and the appeal is now in the hands of the IPC, who they say they are governed by. However, he said, we do not expect the IPC to rule in the customer's favour because the rules are very clear. In order to use this car park, you need to input your registration number. The customer didn't input their registration number. They made a mistake. They put the wrong registration number in, not just with one digit incorrect, but with 2 digits incorrect. And therefore, as far as they're concerned, you broke the terms of the contract. You didn't enter the correct registration number, and they are therefore within their rights to fine you for doing so.
Okay, then. Fair enough.
Sally's on the line. Hello, Sally.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sally. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. So last year, I was on the internet, as you do, and I subscribed to a journaling box that comes through every month. And I paid my money for the first month's subscription.
I'm sorry, what's a journaling box?
So it's a box of bits that you write a journal in on a daily basis, and the idea was to take you away from sitting on the internet all day playing games and but to think about your life and where you want to be and how you're feeling, and you just write it down.
But don't you just need a piece of paper and a pen?
You can do that on just a piece of paper and a pen, but if you want to keep it and track your progress over time. It's just a nicer way of doing it.
So what did you get then? A nice kind of book to write
in? In the first box, I got a very nice book, like a notebook with a band round it to keep everything in together. A smaller book to write my thoughts on where I am in my life with like my housing and my job and my entertainment and all that sort of thing on a scale of like 1 to 10, and where I am now and where I'd like to be in a year's time and all that sort of thing, to think about the whole aspect of your lives and everything. And some other stationery items, and it was all very good.
And how much did you have to pay for this?
So that was £21.90. That included delivery.
Right.
The first issue was that I ordered it in the middle of last year, but it didn't arrive until May this year because there were various issues, the company said, with Brexit and obtaining the things for the box. The second box arrived a couple of weeks ago for the same price of £21.90, and the contents were so minimal that they would have cost less than £5 to purchase. So I wasn't at all happy, so I rang the company and I asked to send the box back and have a refund. They initially said they don't do that because I will have opened the box and they don't accept boxes back once they've been opened. But they would cancel any future boxes. But I said, surely I didn't know what was coming in the box because there was no pre-warning of what was coming. And, you know, I've opened it and I've looked at it and I don't like it and I'd like to send it back and have a refund. And they basically said, no, they don't do that, and it's tough.
Right. Okay. And what did you actually receive in the second box then that left you feeling so disappointed?
A very, very small, thin paper notebook. It was about 4 or 5 inches tall and about 2 inches wide. A pencil sharpener, 2 little binder rings, and a couple of magnetic little bookmarks, and that was it.
Right.
I have sent pictures to your team.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the photos now of this stuff. I mean, yeah, it just looks like a little silly load of rubbish, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest.
Yes.
Yeah. But was the first box, because, I mean, forgive me, I'm just a bit of an old cynic about all this kind of stuff. I mean, surely if you want to write a journal and record your thoughts on everyday life and what you've achieved in life and what you haven't and what your hopes and aspirations are for you and your family and all those things, I completely understand why at certain points in your life you might want to document. Then why would you not just kind of go to a nice stationery company and buy a really nice notebook with a beautiful kind of binding on it, and then a really nice pen, and then you could just take yourself off to lovely places and sit and write in it? Why did you need to have this subscription with a company sending you bits and bobs in the post?
Initially, I wanted it because they were giving you guidance on what to write about and that type of thing. But since seeing what they've sent and being completely not happy with it, I have now gone on and bought myself a nice journal and a nice pen.
Yeah.
And you know, going to be going forward that way.
But when you first subscribed to this, what did you feel you were going to be getting for your? Because £21.90 a month is quite a lot of money, isn't it? If this is going to go on for a number of months, there's a lot of money you're spending out on. I mean, you would really want to know that you're getting something pretty substantial every month.
Yes, and that's what I thought I was going to be getting. But because when I subscribed last year, it didn't give you contents of each monthly box. It just gave you an overall
idea of what the whole thing was about, I was quite happy with the first box and thought that the following boxes would be of the same quality, but they're not. Well, the second one, I mean, I started this subscription last year, and it's meant to be a monthly thing.
So how much have you paid in total?
Nearly £44.
Right, and you want 1 month subscription back?
Yes.
And you will return the box?
Yes, I mean, the box is exactly as it came to me. There's a very small sticky label holding the box closed. And other than that, I just removed from the front, like the packing label in the clear plastic envelope thing. Yeah. But other than that, everything's in the box that came to me.
It's really interesting because this is the first monthly subscription story I have covered for a number of years. There was a time when on my programme, do you remember quite often you'd see these adverts for, build a boat or something out of wood. And every month you get a piece of wood to put on your boat. And in the end, once you've ended up, what you don't realise is that you've got to spend about £14,000 on monthly magazines in order to get all the parts for your blooming boat. But they used to be quite a common problem that I would encounter, where people would start getting involved in it and then they'd realised it was all costing them an absolute fortune and they weren't really getting very much for it. This is the first time, and I wonder whether some of those other subscriptions have morphed into this new idea of trying to sell the ability to do something on a monthly basis.
Yes. I mean, the actual company do a lot of different boxes, and I just subscribed to the journaling one because I thought it was quite relevant to me.
Right.
But it's just the value of the contents.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the photos now. It looks like a load of old rubbish.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I can absolutely understand why. I will need to have a little look at the terms and conditions that you've agreed to. Because it may well be that the company have got this all sewn up in the terms and conditions that you've agreed to at the point of first getting involved in this. However, I'm certainly very keen to ask them why on earth anybody would want to spend £21.90 on something like this. I mean, it looks like a load of old rubbish.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
leave it with me.
I was very, very, very disappointed. Very disappointed.
Well, I can imagine.
Even more so that they didn't tell me up front what was going to be in the box so I could make an informed choice as to whether or not I wanted it.
Right, well, I mean, let me go and have a word. Let me find out what they have to say. How's your journal going?
Well, it was going very well up until I opened the second box, and then I got so disappointed that I stopped writing now.
Oh, no! It's put you off documenting your life.
It has, yes, completely.
Oh, well, don't do that. I mean, if you feel the creative juices flowing, then, get back to your desk.
Yes.
You see, you didn't need to pay £21.90. I'll just be brutal with you and tell you to sit down and write something. And I'll do that for free. Listen, leave it with us. Well, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay?
Lovely, thank you.
Now, Lindsay booked flights to Barcelona for her and her partner. She paid for them using a combination of vouchers, points, and indeed money.
The next day, when I went onto my bank app, I actually realised that along with the £38.50, there was a secondary payment to the same airline with the exact same reference in my bank app for £100. So there was a £38.50 payment and then a secondary payment for £100. So I phoned the airline, and obviously with all these things, you end up in a massive queue and it takes forever. And I got through and I said about this secondary payment, and they said, well, they cannot see it on their system anywhere.
So it's so weird. The bank is saying, well, look, they definitely took that extra £100, and yet the airline is saying, no, we didn't. We've checked our account. We didn't take £100. That £100 hasn't ever come back into our bank account. And Lindsay, in the meantime, is all stuck in the middle between a bank and an airline, and she's £100 down. You can understand why she's not very happy. Well, I've been off to have a word with the airline concerned. Lindsay's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Lindsay.
Hi.
You did manage to go, didn't you, on the flight? You've used the flight
yes.
now.
Yes. Yeah.
But obviously you'd still like to get your £100. When did you go to Barcelona?
May. So I paid for that. That money came out of my account in April.
Yeah.
And I went in May. Yeah.
Right. One of the lucky people to be able to get out of the country and have some sunshine this year. Now, I've spoken to the airline concerned. They're British Airways, and they've come back with a short response, but I'm hoping you might be able to give me a more elaborate response. They've come back to say, we apologise for any inconvenience caused by this issue, which we are currently investigating. We will be in contact with our customer to help resolve the situation as soon as possible. Have you heard anything from them?
I have. They phoned me, I think it was yesterday. I've lost my time this week. But I think it was yesterday they phoned me or the day before. They've said they are reimbursing the money and it would take 2 to 3 weeks for it to be back in my bank account. It seems that there was a mistake in two £50 charges that should never have happened. But yeah, that's it really. I did get a slight apology, but I have to admit, I'm still a bit bamboozled that they haven't really gone out of their way to make an apology for taking it unauthorised.
Well, to be fair to them, though, their statement does begin with, we apologise for any inconvenience caused. So officially, they are putting an apology on the record. I mean, it would have been nice, from what you're saying, if they had been very apologetic to you on the phone, but they are officially apologising. Yeah. So did they then suggest, when you spoke to them, that in fact the £100 that your bank was insistent they had taken, indeed they had taken?
They never mentioned it. So yes, I think, but they said that it was to do with the two £50 charges. They think that happened. So they did imply that they must have taken it. They can't really explain how it happened or why it happened. I just got told that they think it was an inexperienced team, and that was it really.
Right. Okay.
So I'm still a bit lost, but I don't mind if the money ends up back in my bank account in 2 to 3 weeks' time. I'll be happy.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? And we all understand, and I completely get that airlines, travel companies have had a nightmare 16 months or so. We accept that, and on this programme, wherever I can, I'm prepared to cut many of those companies a bit of extra slack, because I do recognise it must be a nightmare situation. And I recognise from British Airways' perspective, they are probably paying money out in all kinds of unusual ways because of cancellations of flights and all those kinds of things, and have been doing for some months. And it may well be that their account system is more complicated than it would normally be. But it's just a bit frustrating that you just couldn't get clarity from them that, in fact, they had taken that money, because they just kept saying, as far as we're concerned, we've checked our account and we didn't take the money.
Absolutely. I mean, I just if they'd actually could have found it initially, and I'd spoken to the person, if it had been solved within 2 or 3 hours, at the very beginning, I would not have had a problem with it whatsoever. Mistakes happen. I do get that, and they are under a lot of stress. I do understand that. But it was the fact that no one would take responsibility for this money. That's what killed me, and that no one would speak to me properly about it. And it just gets frustrating when you can't, if someone would have sat there and listened to what I was trying to explain to them and they could deal with it, then I would have been absolutely fine with it. But it just went round and round and round. So I don't know how you got through to them.
Well, I have a magic hotline. A magic hotline. I'm delighted that they have agreed to do what they've done. Now I'm going to give them this. Half of the horn. In fact, I might have been a bit stingy there. That was, I think, probably just slightly less than half of the horn. But what I'll do is I will give them the rest of the horn as soon as you confirm that money is in your account. So can you please keep me posted?
Of course, yeah. No worries. Yeah,
great stuff. Okay, fingers crossed we're nearly there.
Thank you very much, by the way.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. We'll talk very soon, and hopefully you'll have the £100 back in your account. Now, Joe purchased a sofa, which arrived back in February of 2017. It was a leather recliner sofa. It cost him £995. But recently he noticed a very big problem.
The leather was peeling. It's got like a seal on it, and it all started peeling, a bit like when you go on holiday and you get sunburn, it looks a bit like that. I contacted the accidental damage warranty people because I wasn't sure whether it'd be covered or not. And they said, no, it's not, because it's not accidental damage. So I went back to the retailer and they said, email the details through. And I quoted the Consumer Rights Act at them, and they just said, no, it's not covered. It's past its warranty. It'll be chargeable. It's just over 4 years old, so I don't know whether that's a reasonable amount of time for it to last or not.
Well, as I said to Joe, we start to get into a bit of a grey area, to be honest with you. I mean, if you are a regular listener to my programme, and I'm aware there are always new people listening in, good morning, you're very welcome. I hope you'll stick around. And if you do stick around, you'll hear me banging on about this day in and day out. The Consumer Rights Act is as follows. When you purchase a product, it must be fit for purpose, i.e. it needs to do what it's supposed to do. It needs to be of reasonable quality based on the money that you spend on it in the first place, and it must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, contrary to the unfortunate view that many retailers try and peddle, the reasonable amount of time is not 12 months. You know, unfortunately, it's so often the case that retailers will say to customers when they go back and say, oh, my TV stopped working, or my sofa's falling apart, or whatever it may be, the retailers so often say to people, oh, unfortunately, it's over 12 months old. There's nothing we can do. That's nonsense. That's absolute nonsense. The Consumer Rights Act covers you for a reasonable amount of time. Now, that can be difficult to determine, but certainly if you are spending a lot of money on a product, you would expect most products to last for longer than 12 months. So would a judge, so would the court, and that's the point. So never allow a retailer to fob you off with this whole idea of, oh, it's 12 months old, nothing we can do. Thankfully, Joe listens to my programme, so even though his sofa was 4 years old, he knew that there may well be things he could do. He's back on the JVS show. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Jonathan.
The problem that we have, and why I say it's a slight grey area, is that a leather recliner sofa costing £995 would not be deemed to be a very expensive piece of furniture in the grand scheme of things. I know £995 is a lot of money, but when you're looking at leather complicated furniture, this isn't just a seat, this is a recliner seat, so it has a mechanism inside it. It's got all of that kind of stuff that makes it a more complicated product. £995 is not going to buy you the world's best quality furniture. So, is 4 years okay or not before the leather starts peeling? We do get into a slight grey area, and I said that to you. But I did also say, let me contact the retailer, let's put the ball in their court and let's see how they want to play it. The retailer is DFS, and they came back with this response. They said, we are sorry that Joe is unhappy with the current condition of the sofa. Our customer service team is organising for a service manager to visit Joe's home to establish what might be causing the changes in the leather. As the product is out of warranty, if the cause is found to be from an irritant within the home, such as inadvertently using the wrong type of cleaning product on the sofa, we will of course be able to repair the product, but this would be at a cost to the customer. Now, they were due to come out, was it beginning of this week? I think it was, wasn't it? Or end of last week? I forget.
No, they came Friday last week.
Friday of last week. How did you get on? What did they say?
Well, they came and had a look, and he basically said it was, like you said, it's the oils from my hair that have caused it to peel. And that if it was to be repaired, it would be chargeable, but he said what it really needs is like a new panel on it, rather than refinishing. He said it needs a whole new panel. But the problem with doing that, he said, was you'd have the colour match issue, because it's a bit like wallpaper. It fades over time and it might look a bit odd with a different panel, because it would look different against the other panel next to it.
Yeah.
So I've gone and ordered a new sofa because I didn't think they were going to fix it. And yesterday, they phoned me back and said on this occasion they would actually fix it. But in the meantime, what I've done...
Oh, no.
Yeah. So
Hang on a minute. So you jumped the gun and ordered a new sofa because you thought that you weren't going to get anywhere, but now they've come back and said, as a goodwill gesture, we'll fix it for you for free.
Yeah, but the thing is, you'd still have the colour match issue. With the new panel in with the old panels, it would look different because it would be it's a bit like wallpaper. You get different batch numbers, and he said you would notice a difference. So what I did in the meantime was I peeled off the loose skin. It was almost like a coating. I peeled off where it was loose. And now,
I tell you what I'll do. While we're talking, hang on 1 second. Let me just save this photo. I'm just talking you through my complicated system here. But if I just save this photo, I can tweet it, and then everyone can see exactly what we're talking about with the leather.
Yeah.
Because it is intriguing. And can I just say, before we get to where we're at with this now, I'd mentioned to you this possibility of it being blamed on your head.
Yeah, you did.
Because where the leather sits on the actual sofa, it's on the panel that your head would touch. Now, I have dealt before with this very kind of issue where sofa companies have said, do you know what? The oil in your hair or your skin has reacted with the leather, and that's what's making it peel. So I'm not necessarily surprised that that's what they've said to you. So how have you left it with them?
Well, I've basically said, because I've peeled off all the loose stuff now, it doesn't look too bad, that rather than them coming out and repairing it and it looking odd with an odd panel, as I'm getting a new one anyway, to leave it. Because I might sell it second hand, and I think it would look worse with a new panel in a different colour than it does just with that little bit of peeling, because he said it couldn't be refinished because it had got underneath the coating or something, and he didn't think refinishing it would actually solve the problem. So,
well, I mean, you could have that repaired. There is a as I mentioned to you before, I would probably be inclined to use some kind of vehicle upholstery repairer. I've used someone before on the leather seats in a car that I had years ago, and they restored these leather seats. They looked like brand new seats afterwards. It was quite incredible. So, and it matched the rest of the seat because they repainted it all and blended it all in. It was brilliant. So there are people that can do it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it just is down to you. I've just tweeted the photo. So if you want to have a little look, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to the official JVS on Twitter and just have a look at that leather panel, and you'll see exactly what we're talking about. So you've managed to kind of peel that skin off.
Yeah, and you wouldn't know it was there now.
Oh.
It's I daredn't do it in case I damaged it before I'd sort of spoken to them. And I peeled it off, and you wouldn't actually know. So,
right. Okay.
Do you want to buy a leather sofa, Jonathan?
No, thank you. By the way, right. Ian treats it with a very good point. I thought Joe was bald, he said.
Bald?
Are you bald, Joe?
No, I'm not bald. No, not bald.
Right. Cheeky devil, Ian. Of course he's not bald. Right, well, look, so, I mean, well, I guess we're going to have to thank DFS for agreeing to repair it for free. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of them to agree to do that, because if they do believe it is indeed the oil from your hair, they don't have to do that. But it sounds as if it's not going to be necessary anyway. But yeah, well, good luck selling the sofa.
Yeah, I'll put it on with the damage on and see what I think it'll look better than if they change a panel, because I just think if they put another panel in, it's going to look a funny colour compared to the others. So
yes,
yeah. And I don't think it's worth having it repaired if I'm going to sell it, you see. So,
well, how much are you planning to sell it for?
I don't know, really. It depends what I get for it. But the man from DFS seemed to think I'd get a couple of £100, but I don't think it would be worth, to be honest, that sort of money. I mean, I can almost give it to the charity shop, can't I, if the worst comes to the worst. But,
well, you can do. You can. When's your new furniture arriving?
Well, I'm not getting rid of it until I know it's here, but I've ordered it from them as well. They've said 12 to 14 weeks.
Right. Did you mention that? When they kind of phoned to make the offer, did you mention you've actually ordered something else?
Yeah.
Right.
I did see where they give me a discount on the new one, but they said no.
Right.
But, I was going to just quickly, while you're on, I'm putting half of it on interest-free credit, and I was going to pay half of the balance.
Yeah.
Am I better off putting like £100 on a credit card just in case something happens with it?
Well, if you're buying it on finance, which is what the interest-free credit will be, then you're covered by the Consumer Credit Act anyway.
Oh, okay, so I don't need to worry.
So it means the finance company are jointly liable with DFS should anything go wrong.
Okay.
So
I'm only putting half on, so yeah.
Yeah, but I always, wherever possible, even if it's only a £5, I'll put something on the credit card just for that extra level of protection, because as long as the total amount for the products is over £100, even if you put a £5 on a credit card, it covers you in the eyes of the law through the Consumer Credit Act for the entire cost of the product. Okay.
And is that the same with the credit agreement? Is it?
Yeah.
Credit card.
Yeah, should be. Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay. All right. Well,
Thank
listen.
you very much for your help.
I think I'm going to thank DFS anyway, and I'm going to give them the horn, even though you haven't ended up using it. But the offer was there, so we will thank them for doing that and being prepared to go the extra mile. Any other problems, Joe? You know where we are. Kimberly came to me. She was telling me she moved into a new property about 5 years ago, brand new property, just had everything done in it. Over lockdown, she noticed the taps in her 3 bathrooms haven't lasted very well.
The chrome was all peeling off and stuff, and it was all black around there. So we thought we'd get in touch with the company and just let them know what was happening. Unfortunately, they were closed due to COVID. We were in warranty at that point in time, obviously, when we rang them, and unfortunately, no one was there. We even tried, I think, emailing as well, and got no response at all. So we left it. And unfortunately, things just, it's just gotten worse and worse with time. And it's just embarrassing when guests come over and the chrome is all peeling away, especially in the guest toilet downstairs. So luckily, of course, everything opened back. We got in touch with them. They were kind at first, and it's just been a pushback ever since then. We haven't sent the right information to them that they need to see. This is not what we need something else, but no help at all.
Well, when I went to speak to the company, I spoke to one of the main guys there, and he went back and pulled all of the calls between Kimberly and themselves. And he came back with something fairly crucial to this issue. Kimberly's back on the JVS show. Hello, Kimberly.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
Yes, I'm well, thank you, Kimberly. I hope you are too. I know that when he went back and listened to the call, the first thing that he mentioned was that during the first telephone call they had with you, you admitted you'd used a product to clean the taps that they considered to be harsh and abrasive and unacceptable for use on their products. Now, they're not the first people I have heard offer that kind of advice. This particular product that many people will use, it's something that I used to use as well. However, I was told by another company once, don't use that very often. It's quite abrasive. It's quite acidic. And this guy from the tap company was saying that they certainly wouldn't recommend it for use on their chrome taps because they feel that it strips the top kind of layer off and it can cause a problem. Now, you'd admitted during the first call that you had used that product. So he said that was why, really, we weren't prepared to do anything further. Now, I think if that had been the case, you probably would have been left on your own. But there was a glimmer of hope, Kimberly, and that glimmer of hope for you was me. Because what the guy wasn't necessarily expecting me to say at that point was, well, that's very interesting, because I have exactly the same brand of taps as Kimberly. I also have your brand of taps in my bathroom. My taps also are 5 years old. And I know that I haven't used that product on my taps, and yet they're doing exactly the same thing as Kimberly's. Mm-hmm. And he said, oh, okay. He said, have you got any photos? I said, yeah, I'll send you the photos. I said, I'll go home and I'll send some photos to you this afternoon. And the photos look, in terms of the effect on the chrome, they look identical to yours. It's kind of bubbling on the top of the taps under the chrome. It looks as if kind of air bubbles are underneath the chrome. And it's peeling around the base of the tap. Mm-hmm. So I did indeed that. I went home, I took the photos and I sent it over to him. And he came back and he said, OK, well, look, I mean, we don't want Kimberly to be in this position. He said, we would like to replace her taps. So and in fact, he also said that he would like to replace my taps. And I said, well, I am interested to know why your taps are bubbling in this way. So as long as you're prepared to send them off to a laboratory for testing so that you can determine exactly what's caused the problem, I'm very happy to do that, because I want to know why the Chrome is bubbling. What's caused the problem? Because I know I haven't used that product, Kimberly.
Yeah.
You have, but I haven't. I know I haven't. So why are my taps bubbling the same way as yours? It can't be down to that product. There must be something else going on. Anyway, to be fair to the company, they did indeed come out to your property. They sent a plumber out who was going to do the job for you. And he turned up and he did one of the taps, but the other two taps, I gather, were incorrect.
Yes, they weren't the right size for the basin. So the one downstairs, the basin is smaller compared to the two ensuite and the family bathroom. So he took them away. He was very polite, very professional. I was very impressed. And ever since, I've got in touch with you, the correspondence, talking to that, it's been hands down 100%. The customer service has been brilliant. So I have to thank you for getting in touch with them in the first place, because like you said, I would have just been left to my own devices to try and figure it out. So I'm grateful that you got involved, and your problem has been solved as well as mine, So it's been great.
Well, I'm intrigued to know what's caused the problem. And I should just be fair. I spoke to my own luxury plumber, who, as you can imagine, is in and out of people's houses installing taps and that kind of stuff all the time. And I said to him, have you ever encountered an issue with this particular make of taps? And he said, no. He said, we have encountered this kind of problem with Chrome taps, but he said it's not specific to that particular company. We have had the issue with other taps from other companies as well. So I just wonder, I mean, I don't really know how Chrome taps are made. I presume they make the tap out of something and then they dip it in the Chrome and it's got a lacquer on it. I presume that's how it works in crude terms. And I don't know whether there is sometimes whether sometimes regular cleaning products can interact with the lacquer or something, but
strip it of the lacquer.
But I mean, then surely if you're using regular, everyday cleaning products that are available in the shops for the purpose of cleaning a bathroom, then surely to be manufacturing taps that have a chrome coating on them that cannot stand up to the chemicals that are available in those everyday cleaning products. We're not talking about, I mean, if you put bleach on them, I mean, to be honest, you're a bit of a wally. If you're going to bleach your taps, you're going to destroy them. Of course you are. But if you're just using everyday specially manufactured cleaning products for the bathroom, surely the tap should be able to withstand those cleaning products. So,
I must admit that when we moved in as well, you buy a new build house and you're not given the instructions when you move in. They go, here's your house, off you go. So I was unaware. I know you've mentioned in our past calls that when you have installed new bathroom and stuff, that they've given you the care instructions. So of course, when I moved in, we didn't get that. So I just used, like you said, went to the shops. This looks like it's the best product. Let me try it. And then, as time went on, realised, well, this is probably not best for the. But that was my issue. It wasn't the best for the environment. So swapped over. But yeah, by then the damage probably had been done by that product. So,
well, if it was that product, but if it was that product, why have my taps gone exactly the same as yours when I haven't used that product?
Yeah. Exactly.
And it's all the company said to me. I said, what should people be cleaning their taps with then? And he said, well, if you look at our website, it says that you should either use warm soapy water. I said, what do you mean by warm soapy water? He said, well, just a regular detergent. I said, well, if you live in Hertfordshire, I mean, I live in Hertfordshire, our water is rock hard. There's no way you could clean bathroom taps with just warm soapy water. It wouldn't get the lime scale off at all. You have to use something.
It'd leave watermarks as well, wouldn't it?
Well,
yeah.
it would be I mean, it's just impossible. You can't clean a bathroom with warm, soapy water if you live in anywhere with a hard water area. It just doesn't even touch the side. So you need to use something that has the ability to remove soap scum and all that kind of stuff, and lime scale. Anyway, look, so when are they coming to do the other taps? Because I gather there has been some news on that.
Yeah, so I was called the day after the gentleman had been, and the lovely lady said that they were not in stock, but luckily had come in stock, the 2 taps that were needed, but they don't have someone available until the 4th of August to come back. So I said, that's not a problem, I'm just happy that it's getting done. So
yeah, I mean, it's not urgent, is it? So
no.
It's not as if the taps don't work. They work perfectly well. They just don't necessarily look very nice, but there we go.
No. Yeah.
So August time, will you please come back to me and let me know as soon as they have sorted that out? And I really hope, and I'm going to follow this up, I really hope that when they take them back, they will send them off to their laboratory or whoever needs to look at them to determine what has happened to that top layer of chrome, because something's happened to it. Mm-hmm. And if we are able to find out what has happened to it, hopefully we can put it out as a warning to other people, because it's bizarre, isn't it? And you just take cleaning your bathroom for granted. As long as you're using a proper product, you take it for granted that it's not going to start taking all the coating of your taps off. Anyway, listen, Kimberly, we'll leave it there. Can you please let me know as soon as you've had the other visit, and we'll take it from there. Charlie, are you there? Oh, Charlie's here. Hello, Charlie.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Hello, Charlie. Sorry, I'm pressing the wrong button. What's your consumer problem, please, without naming any company names, please?
Yeah, it's fine. So I'm a landscape gardener. We install quite a lot of deckings and patios, that sort of stuff. And we recently installed a composite decking. Went down, it was all good. We use them quite a lot, so we didn't have any problems there. Couple of days after it being installed, a couple of random patches started to appear on the composite. And obviously it's sold as a good product that shouldn't fade. You get a 12-year warranty on it with it. So the colour should sort of stay there all year round. So obviously I've contacted them, let them know that obviously the customer's not happy with the quality of the boards. Is there anything that we can do? And straight away they said, look, it's a natural thing that happens within the boards. It can happen between the first day and the first year. It's just something that you kind of have to deal with. But I don't know if you've seen the pictures, but the deck in itself is just absolutely horrendous.
I'm just going to ask my team to send those photos to me so I can just have a little look at them, because I think it would be quite useful. So the company have just said to you it's normal for it to start discolouring in this way.
Exactly that, and they're not cheap boards. So when people actually pay the price that they do for these boards, you expect it to sort of keep its colour and I've all year round.
A member of my family has got exactly the same kind of thing, and it looks very, very smart, and it's very,
can do,
but it's not a kind of, it's not necessarily a natural looking product, is it? It is a very uniform colour. And whereas with wooden decking, maybe because it's a natural product, you may well expect a little bit of variation in terms of colour on different planks. Exactly. On this composite decking, you don't expect that. It's supposed to all look the same colour.
Yeah, it's supposed to look all the same colour, look fresh, and kind of stay like that all year round.
Okay, I'm just being sent this photo now. Hang on, let me have a little look at this.
Yeah, it's quite a few large patches as well. It's not just the odd patch here and there. It seems to be on almost every line. There's just patches throughout the decking.
Well, it looks like there's something. It looks like there's something wrong with it.
Yeah, well, they turned around and said, you must have left something on the decking. And just obviously where the sun's been down beating on it, it's sort of patched around it. But, even if there was something left on the decking, it shouldn't have all those patches everywhere. But yeah, so nothing was left on the decking. It was installed. It looked perfect. And then, within the first couple of days, and then that's when it happened.
Have you got any photos of it after you'd just done the job?
No, I haven't got any straight away. I've got one midpoint, but the sun's beating down, so you can't really see the colour on the boards, if I'm honest.
Did the customer take any photos?
The customer's got a few photos as well, and then obviously she's like I'd said, there was nothing wrong with it at first. It was only till 2 days after.
So has the customer been able to share with you a photo of the decking when you'd just finished the job?
No, so we don't. Yeah, so we don't have an actual picture of the decking just finished, and then 2 days later the picture of the discoloured boards. It literally is just a picture of the discoloured boards that we have.
Okay, and what? Obviously, this is a business-to-business transaction because I presume your customer's very unhappy. Their contract is with you.
Yeah, exactly that.
So you have a duty of care to your customer to resolve the matter. But what's your relationship with the supplier, and what's the business-to-business contract you've got with them?
So we're just just a landscaping company that sort of order from them as and when we do. The customer actually pays for the boards herself. So I've sent her the invoice. She's sort of phoned them up and paid. And now obviously the only bill that's left to pay is for myself, the labour and the materials. But now obviously she's not happy to pay anything until it's all resolved, which I can kind of understand. But obviously then speaking to this company, it's you just don't seem to get anywhere. And then
and have you looked at because obviously if you're how long have you been in business for, Charlie?
For about 6 years or so.
Okay, so you know then that if you are using a supplier to provide stuff with, you're not covered by the Consumer Rights Act because you're not a customer. You are a business purchasing from another business. Now, the law is different, and the law states that you enter into terms and conditions with your supplier as to what rights you have if your supplier provides you with goods that are defective in some way or become faulty, a fault appears in them. What does it say in the terms and conditions with that supplier in terms of products that are faulty?
So it even says on their website as well, any sort of problems you have with the boards in the first 9 months, then they say online that they give you a 100% refund and it will get sorted out. And then I think it's from 12 months to 18 months, you get 80% back, and then, so on and so on. But yeah, it's all stated that obviously it's all fully covered, and if there are any problems with it, then they'll sort of fix it up straight away and give us the full refund or swap the boards.
And is that what you're describing there on their website? Does this company sell to both members of the public and members of the trade?
Yes, so to everyone, yeah.
So are those terms that they are outlining on their website,
it's the same terms for myself and to the customers as well, yeah. So I don't get any sort of special treatment or anything like that. It's all sort of covered.
So why aren't they prepared to do anything about it then?
Honestly, I'm absolutely baffled. I mean, my customer even wrote quite a nice, polite email about how she's unhappy and she's spent a lot of money on it, and they literally have just replied saying, "Look, it's a natural thing that happens. It is what it is," sort of thing.
But it's not a composite decking board is not a natural product.
Yeah, I know. It's a man-made product.
It is.
It should be spot on all year round, and like it says on their website, any sort of problems, it would get sorted out straight away. I've even spoke with the director of the company as well, and he's the one that's actually replying to me and saying, there's nothing we can do. And then now, obviously, every time we sort of get into conversation over emails, he just sort of copies and pastes a previous email that is sent.
Okay, well, it sounds like I need to go and have a little word with him then, because if he's not even honouring the terms and conditions that he has offered you in this business-to-business transaction, then it's completely and utterly unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, it's black and white on their website. You can, anyone can go onto their website and sort of see what it's saying, and you can see where you're covered, which is, why people use them. You don't use it just for the quality of the board, use it for the coverage as well.
But are you sure? Have you gone through the terms and conditions just to make sure that there isn't a clause in there that says, when entering into a business-to-business trade transaction, we take no liability for any fault with the product after, for example, the point of installation?
Yeah, so that's not the case at all. Okay. I've double checked and triple checked, and it was actually the customer that recommended. They were like, "Look, do you know what? They've got this great guy on a radio show. Call him up, and he'll be able to sort it out." Because I think you've done a couple of problems for her before. So yeah, I mean, I absolutely went for everything just to make sure I haven't missed anything. And But yeah, no.
You mean you don't have my programme blasting out of your clients' gardens when you're doing this kind of work? How very disappointing.
Yeah, right. Well, I do know.
Good. Yeah, okay, good. We've got a convert. Right, well, listen, leave it with us. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail, and I will call this guy for you this afternoon and try and find out what on earth's going on. It seems totally unacceptable. I can see from the photographs, I wouldn't be happy with that either.
No.
The whole point of going for, as far as I'm aware, the composite type of decking over, for example, timber decking, is that you're going for a man-made product, not a natural product. So you don't get any kind of warping of the wood, and you get a universal colour. You don't start getting any variation. I don't understand why the company would say this is a natural effect of this man-made product. It just doesn't make sense.
There's a lot of variation in the different sizes as well. So obviously, like when you're cutting boards and you put them down, some of the boards are like 8mm smaller, some of them are 8mm bigger. So obviously, when you button them up, it was virtually impossible to try and to get the decking done to a high standard, which is obviously what we like to do. Was it took too much.
But have
time.
you've used this company before?
Yeah, we've honestly, I've got countless times.
And you've never had the issue before?
Never. The only issue that we've ever had is delivery. It takes them 8 to 10 weeks to deliver when they say 2 weeks. But apart from that, I can sort of deal with that. But
is the product? Do you know if the product is manufactured here or whether they import it from elsewhere?
I couldn't tell you. I'm pretty sure it's manufactured in the UK.
Oh, that's very odd.
I couldn't promise you that, but yeah. Pretty sure it was last time I looked.
Right, well, yeah, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, so let me see if I can help you out. What I'll do, I'll pass you back, we'll get some detail, we'll go and have a word, okay?
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you very much.
Hang on there, please. It's the JVS show, it's BBC Three Counties.
I'll tell you what I did.
Now,
BBC Three.
A lot of money for his electricity. The direct debit was set at 166.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Les lives in a medium-sized bungalow. He has gas central heating. A year ago, he was already paying quite a lot of money for his electricity. The direct debit was set at £166 a month. But when Les came to me, he was telling me it had gone up by a lot.
They've been taking ever-increasing amounts of money by direct debit, and they are now saying that I should be paying £2,154 per month. Now, I know the problem, the reason is that their meter is faulty.
Right.
I've had this confirmed by one of their engineers, but they just will not accept it and are coming up with all sorts of excuses.
Well, Les was not at all happy. He did not want to be paying all of this amount of money. It was a ludicrous amount of money anyway that he was being asked to pay. I went off to have a word with the electricity company. To be fair to them, since I have been involved in this case, they've been excellent in terms of finding out that indeed Les's meter was faulty, replacing the meter for him, and cancelling the existing debt that they had apparently applied to his account. And in fact, it later transpired that they owed Les over £6,000 back in money that he had paid them that he didn't need to pay them, all because of this faulty meter. Well, when Les and I last spoke, he'd received the £6,000 back in his account, which was fantastic. However, he was still waiting for the company to properly recalibrate his account and give him an idea as to how much he should be paying per month going forward. What's the latest? I gather there have been some developments. Les is back on the JVS show. Hello, Les.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Les. Right, what's the latest then? What's going on now?
Well, the meter is working perfectly, I think. It's averaging about 8.5 units per day, whereas it was anything between 80 and 120 on the old meter. I sent a reading at the request of the director's office so that they could start the direct debit again. They sent me a bill for £20.85, which was just over half a month, so that's better. And they started the direct debit. They took the first payment last Thursday, but they only took £5 for some reason or another.
Right.
So I've emailed the director's office now and said, and I've given them a new reading and said, could you please, for the next direct debit payment, could you please work out exactly what or thereabouts what I'm using, because I obviously don't want to get into debt later on.
No, I mean, if you're...
Heard back yet.
Do you know what your unit price of electricity is?
I think it's 19 pence.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and you're using about 8 units a day?
Yeah, it's averaged 8.5 units, yeah.
So it's costing you about £1.52 a day.
Yeah.
For your electricity. Now, this, of course, is right in the middle of the summer.
Yes, of course, yeah.
So, of course, it will be more than that in the winter because you'll have your lights on much more, and you'll generally people, even if their property is heated with gas, you still use more electricity generally in the winter months.
Yes,
because you spend more time in there. But so if we do £1.52, let's take that over an average month. So you're looking at about £47.12 at the moment, just to cover what you're using for a month's electricity, £47.12.
Yeah. Which is a bit better than 166.
Well, it is. So, I mean, I would just on a rough top of my head fag packet working out, I would suggest that probably you want to be thinking about a monthly payment of about 60 odd quid a month.
Yes.
Which would obviously overpay during the summer months. To build up a reserve in order to then cover you for the winter months where you might be using more. So I would suggest that's probably what you should be looking at, around the £60 a month mark.
Yes, and I think that's perfectly acceptable, yes.
Yeah, but they haven't yet clarified that as a monthly payment.
I haven't heard back from them, no, and so I'm just waiting to hear, basically.
Right. I tell you what I will do. I will contact them this afternoon just to see what they are doing in terms of, do they feel they have now collected enough information from the meter to be able to determine what your direct debit needs to be? If so, can they just get on with that? Because you can then let that be set up on your account, let that money start coming out of your account on a monthly basis, and not start worrying that history is going to repeat itself again.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, all right, Les, listen, leave it with me. A bit more work for me to do. I'll talk to you very soon.